right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome everybody to the April 20th, 2026 meeting of the Merced City Council. We're going to begin with an invocation from Pastor Juan Ochoa from the Calvary Church here in Merced. And Pastor Ochoa, if you could also be so kind to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance after you conclude, sir. Everybody could please stand.
Thank you. Let us bow our heads. Father, we thank you so much for the city council members, Father. We thank you for our law enforcement. We thank you, Father, for the great citizens of this city, Father, that make this city as special as it can be. We pray, Father, that you would fill them all with wisdom, with knowledge, God, that comes directly from heaven, Lord, to give them a vision for what you want to do within the city. God, we ask that you would continue, Lord, to fill them up with so much peace, oh God, as they're dealing with the issues of the city. We're praying, Father, that you would give them favor everywhere that they go, oh God. And Lord, we just pray, Father, that you just continue, Lord, to be near them as well. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Pastor Ochoa. Appreciate you pinch hitting tonight.
Agenda item D, roll call. Councilmember DuPont.
Here.
Tao.
Present.
Harris.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Zhang.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Here.
And Mayor Serrato.
Present.
Mayor, I'd like to remind the audience if they wish to address the City Council, they must submit a green request to speak form located at the podium in the back of the chamber. Additionally, citizens can submit public comment to the City Council electronically no later than 1 p.m. on the day of the meeting. Comments received before the deadline will be sent to the City Council and will be part of the record and will be mentioned as part of the written petitions and communications portion of the agenda and will be posted on the city's website. Material may be emailed to cityclerk@cityofmerced.gov, and any correspondence received after 1 p.m. will be distributed to the City Council and retained for the official record. Also, for those audience members who wish to hear the council meeting translated into Spanish or Hmong, please let our interpreters know.
Hi. Good evening. Hola, buenas tardes. Me llamo Mirna Zárate. Soy intérprete en español. Si ocupan mi ayuda, voy a estar sentada acá atrás. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Myrna.
Nhớ rằng cho nên là từ xa tàu lúc trong sĩ thả mà nó xài ở lúa mong nó chỉ ẩn chỉ cũng được phải nó cứ xài lúa mong rồi nè ở trong tàu.
In accordance with Government Code 54952.3, it is hereby announced that the City Council sits either simultaneously or serially as the Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and or successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency. City Council members receive a monthly stipend of $500 by charter for sitting as the City Council, and the Mayor receives an additional $100 each month as part of the adopted budget and Resolution 2024-78. The Public Financing and Economic Development Authority, Parking Authority, and successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency receive no compensation. Agenda item E, report out of closed session.
Tonight we do have a report out of closed session. I'll turn it over to our city attorney, Mr. Cornwell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have a reportable action on B3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. INRI, National Prescription Opiate Litigation, MDL 2804, case number 117 MD 2804. There was a vote 6-1, the one opposing vote cast by Councilman Fuzong to opt out of this settlement pool. And that concludes the reportable action for closed session.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney Cornwell. Jen.
Okay, agenda item F, ceremonial matters. F1, proclamation, Arbor Day.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Our first ceremonial item tonight is our annual Arbor Day proclamation. So if we could have folks from our Public Works Department, Mr. Nunez, come on up, sir. All right, Angel, you speak so well, I'm just going to turn it right over to you. And I don't want to take any time away from you.
No.
On behalf of Public Works, we just want to thank everybody for hearing us out on these Arbor Day proclamation dates. As you guys know, he'll give you the history behind Arbor Day. But my name is Angel Nunez. I work for the City of Merced Public Works. For those of you guys who don't remember me from the last time you guys probably saw me, I did lose 3 pounds. So that's where it is. So Antonio, he's one of our longtime tree trimmers in the City of Merced. He's very experienced within the city, so he's seen many of the trees that you guys look at he probably planted many of the trees that are 40, 50 feet tall now. So he's been with us for a long time. Really glad to have him on board. So I just want to pass it on to him, say something si quieres decirlo en español, ¿está bien? Okay.
Ya, soy Antonio Flores. Tengo 25 años trabajando para City of Merced. Y estamos a sus órdenes para servirles.
Gracias.
President Senator.
His name is Antonio, and he's been working for the City of Merced for 25 years.
25 years of service. Thank you, Anthony. How many trees?
There are 47,574 trees that we have in the city that we maintain. We have planted 386 trees, including what's going to be planted on Arbor Day. Some of the trees that are being planted in the districts right now through some of the removals that were done through West Coast Arborist. We also have, I think we removed 98 trees in total this year, which is a good indicator for us that we are doing the things that we need to do to maintain the urban forest. We don't want to remove more trees than we're planting, and the idea is to prune them and maintain them. So that way they can have a long life, they're safe, and then you guys be able to enjoy them. They obviously have a lot of benefits for each and every one of us. On top of us being a Tree City USA, this is one of those options that we get to be able to participate in. So,
Thank you for all your work. 47,000 plus trees. Thank you. 25 years plus. All right, here's our proclamation. Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And whereas trees reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource giving us paper, wood for our homes, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they're planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Whereas the City of Merced has been recognized as a Tree City USA by the Natural Arbor Day Foundation for the 45th consecutive year and desires to continue its tree planting practices. And therefore, I, Matthew Serrato, Mayor of the City of Merced, do hereby proclaim April 24th, 2026 as Arbor Day in the City of Merced, and urge all our citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands, and further urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and to promote the well-being of this and future generations. Thank you.
Okay, agenda item F2, City Council Volunteer of the Year Awards.
This is our annual Volunteer of the Year Award, and we've done this for many years now, and it's really a great way to recognize people who don't just go out and do something here and there nice once in a while, but these are people whose values exemplify service, whose commitment and dedication to our community is a way of life. And we really have a special community in so many ways, because here in Merced, more than just having the city, you get the community. You get all of us. You get people like yourselves. We're going to hear from a lot of them tonight who care so much about this community and dedicate themselves to making it better. So without further ado, we'll get started on our Volunteers of the Year. Each council member and myself has nominated one. So I think we'll just go in order, and we'll start Councilmember DuPont, your awardee for District 1, sir.
Can I have Dr. Nadine Villafana join me up here, please? I'll let you hold this. So Dr. Villafana earned her bachelor's degree from San Jose University, and she has a doctorate in clinical forensic psychology. Dr. Villafana, it's great to honor her today because a lot of the time she's honoring so many people in our community, including new businesses, that I needed to take the time to honor her tonight for all the work that she's doing, not only for District 1 and the city of Merced, but the whole region. Dr. Villafana not only is an entrepreneur and has owned many businesses and owns businesses before, she is deeply committed to community service. She currently serves as the president of Merced County Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and is a commissioner on the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Commission. She has served on the Merced Citizen Stipend Setting Committee and contributes to many community cleanups and the point in time count. Dr. Villafana is a proud wife, mother, and grandmother, and she is passionate about strengthening the Merced community and works tirelessly toward its goal, growth, and well-being. So again, thank you, Dr. Villafana, for everything that you do for the city of Merced. We appreciate not only you as a resident of District 1 and the city of Merced, but also for the region because you impact so many lives and you can see the change that you're making in our community. So thank you. Yeah, we're good. Hey, you guys too, come on, picture.
And she puts up with Julia.
Yes.
You can see that.
10 awards.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course. Now I'll pass it over to Councilmember Tao.
All right, good evening, everyone. Good to have you guys join us tonight. Tonight, I have the honor to recognize this individual. Let me have Mike Abruzzo. Can you come up to the front with me? Let's give him a round of applause. Huh? Oh, Mike, hold on for this first. Okay. So Mike, I wrote a little bit. Make sure I forget, but I know you do more than this, Mike. So Mike has consistently dedicated his time to helping keep our community clean, welcoming, participating in volunteering cleanup with Mayor Maseratos. He does it with the Bear Creek Yacht Club, helping organize dinner for D Street homeless shelters. He also contributes to local theaters here in Merced. These are just some few examples of meaningful contribution that Mike does to help the community in Merced here. What truly distinguishes Mike is his leadership. Okay? He not only gives his time to, but also uplift others by organizing recognition dinners to honor fellow volunteers. So not only I recognize him tonight, but I also realize that he's been doing this for quite a while, and he also recognized other volunteer too, so that's quite impressive. The spirit of the service reflects a deep and lasting commitment to our community. Mike continue to volunteer leadership has made a meaningful impact on Merced, and we are sincerely grateful for all that he does. So as one quote put it, Mike, great communities are built by people who choose to show up, give back, and lift other along the way. So that's Mike. So congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
I just, starting to volunteer in this community is one of the best decisions I ever made in my life. I lived here for a number of years, and I saw people volunteering, and I was inspired by a number of people I saw doing that. And I said, well, I'm too busy. I got a couple jobs. I don't have time to do that. But I remember the people who inspired me, and most of all, my wife and daughter, my daughter Maya, back there, she's a Girl Scout, and her group started volunteering about 7, 8 years ago, and I started helping out a little bit there, and then they started doing stuff with the community here through Mayor Serrato's groups and other groups, and it just inspired me to see kids doing this, you know, and I met so many people. I've made friends, made lasting friendships in just the last 5 years I've been doing that. And the first person who really inspired me, and it took me too long to get there, I saw mother and daughter putting up, or had just put the finishing touches on a little free library in our neighborhood, Silverado neighborhood, Bob's Carpenter Park, in front of the fire station where their dad and husband was a captain. And that was 10 years ago. The girl was 9 years old, and I asked them, and I knew them from the restaurant I work at, but I didn't really know them. And I asked, well, whose idea was this? Who did this? And it was all the 9-year-old child's idea. And that's just like, wow, why am I not doing something? And being a really smart person, it took me about another 5 years to do that. But that individual was Violette Walker, who many of you know. And her spirit, as the spirit of so many people who've been in this community over the years and continue to give to this community, I think should be an example to all of us, and it is an example to me to keep giving. And you attract more people, and the more we attract people to give to our community, the better place it becomes, and it will continue to be. So I thank you. I'm truly humbled by this honor. It's really too much. There's so many. I see people here who've done so much more than me in this community, but I am truly grateful, and thank you very much, Merced. And Councilman Tao.
Well, you truly deserve it, Mike. So you want to have your daughter come to picture with you?
Yeah. Yes, please. My daughter just came from a softball game straight here, so I'm truly honored by that as well. So.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. It's my honor and pleasure to recognize Pastor Juan Ochoa, who we met earlier. So we'll just call this Pastor Ochoa night. Come on up and join me. Pastor Ochoa is the driving force behind something called the Isaiah Project. It's a project that takes at-risk youth and mentors them, steers them away from drugs and gangs, gives them a purpose in life, feeds them when they're hungry, and takes care of them as only a community can. He's been involved in that for 7 years, and he's also involved in things like when there was this recent shooting in Applegate Park. Immediately after, he decided they're not going to take Applegate Park from us, we're going to take it back. And he coordinated a giant effort to, with the help of Mayor Serrato, and who's a great hot dog cooker, take back the park, and he had the Isaiah Project out there in full force. So I don't see where he has time to actually do anything else, because I always see him volunteering for the community. Say a few words about the project.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for this honor, by the way. We just do what we do, and I guess this is just a bonus. So it's an after-school program that is in South Merced. It's been going on for about over 12 years after a shooting that took place in our community that ended up having a young boy lose his life. We recognize that there's a lot of displaced youth and kids who are just looking for a place to hang out in our community, and we just decided to open up our church doors to be able to provide a safe place for kids to play, a place where kids could just come and just have a compassionate ear for people to hear what's going on in their life and feed them and steer them in the right direction. The reason why I'm so passionate about this is because I was one of those kids who was looking for a place to eat, a place to be mentored, and it just wasn't available, and it led me to the wrong places. It led me to a gang life, and by the grace of God, I did not have to fully go through that whole process of just reaping what that life gives out. And by the grace of God, I have a chance to be able to steer kids in the that are going in the wrong direction into the right direction. And earlier this year, we lost 2 kids to gang violence and a double murder who were attending our program. And we just ramped up our efforts and says, we're just going to do more and more and more and more, and we're just not going to stop. So thank you so much for this honor.
It's my pleasure.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Shane Smith, representing District 4. I'd like to call up my friend Aaron Lodwick, please. So as Aaron makes her way up here. I think as a lot of people know, I spent 4 years on the Merced City School District Board, and I am a dad of a little girl who's still in school. Aaron and I had a chance to work together when Selena, my daughter, was at Burbank Elementary School. And when it came time to think about Volunteer of the Year for this year, it just occurred to me that we don't recognize enough what parents and parent-teacher clubs in particular do for our community, and the Merced City School District in particular. I mean, think about it. These are the groups that raise funds and provide support for teachers and school campuses so that all kids can have an experience. And talk about embodying equity in our school district. Parent-teacher clubs do all that. But also just practically, you know, how long is our kid in elementary school or junior high, and then a principal scrambling to keep staffing the PTC? Well, I would like to introduce you to Erin Lodwick, who's the president of the Burbank Parent-Teacher Club. She has served over the years on the PTCs, and I'm trying to get this right, at Chenoweth, at Sheehy, at Hoover, and Burbank, thank you. Yeah. Well, I said Burbank. Erin has been principally involved in a lot of amazing projects. Some of you have seen these things. If you drive down Alexander, the mural on the side of the campus by Joelle, did I get that right? Raising funds to improve the quality of the play equipment at the kindergarten, and all kinds of other things that Erin can talk to you about. So I'm just very pleased to have this chance here in 2026 to present this award to Erin. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. When you do, I don't want to get emotional, when you do something you're passionate about, it's not a job, it's not a volunteer thing. I was really surprised when Shane called me because I just do it because I love it. I have a lot of kids. So when I was blessed, I have 6, I was blessed to stay home and be able to raise my kids. And with that opportunity that God provided for our family, I was going to be involved at school. And so that's what I chose. And when you do something you love, you don't realize how long you do it for. And so Shane's like, well, how long have you? So, and then I had to sit down and I had to do the math, and I really had to do the math. And I do it based on children, and I'm like, okay, Georgia started at Burbank in 3rd grade, and I started to work back. She's 20 now, and just going all the way. I have almost a 23-year-old as well. And I've figured out for Merced City School District, I've served in PTC in a capacity at the different schools for the last 16 years. Well, at Burbank, I have at least another 6 because my youngest is in TK there. So by the time I'm done at Burbank, I've been at Burbank for 18 years, just at Burbank. So what happens when you have a lot of kids? It's been a pleasure to serve the kids. My kids are taken care of. My job is to be there to advocate for the kids who don't have a voice or don't have somebody to stand up for them. And if we can do that through community and getting parents involved and just being there for our kids on campus, our kids are the next generation. They're the people sitting in these seats, you know, in the next 20 or 30 years. And our job is to raise good humans. So thank you guys very much for this honor. I appreciate it. I have 4 of them with me. My husband and one is at baseball and then the other's at work.
Thank you guys.
You want to hold that? Thank you.
It's okay, I got it.
Thank you, Shane. All right, Sarah Boyle, council member for District 5, and I am honored to bring up Chuck Herman as my volunteer of the year.
Chuck wears church clothes.
For nearly 5 decades in Merced, Chuck has shown what it truly means to serve others. A 23-year Air Force veteran, he has continued that service right here in our community through countless volunteer efforts. While Chuck is involved in many organizations across Merced County, which are 9, including the Merced Sunrise Rotary, Disabled American Veterans, and many others, what stands out most are the ways he consistently shows up for others, whether it's the Police Activities League, known as PAL, mentoring youth, or helping serve meals at the D Street Shelter. Chuck gives his time where it's needed most. At PAL, Chuck has become an invaluable mentor to youth, helping guide kids not just in athletics, but in life. He has helped secure grants, contributed his own resources, and even started a water donation program to ensure every child has what they need to participate. PAL Director Jennifer Shaw says his passion, generosity, and unwavering support make him a cornerstone of Merced PAL community. Chuck Herman is truly a vital asset, and his contributions have had a profound and lasting influence on the youth in the program as a whole. At the D Street Shelter, he continues to serve our most vulnerable residents with the same care and dedication. Chuck's impact spans generations. He coached youth sports, led a diabetic support group for over a decade, supports senior citizens through one-time assistant programs, and even travels internationally for mission work, including a recent trip to Guatemala. If there's a need, Chuck finds a way to help. One of the most meaningful traditions Chuck and his wife, who has since passed, started nearly 40 years ago is the annual Thanksgiving dinner at the American Legion Hall, which now serves over 1,300 people each year. Yes, exactly, yep. He also helped start a movement on his street to display American flags throughout his cul-de-sac, a simple but powerful way to bring pride and connection to his neighborhood. And I have personally seen it because when I was walking precincts during 2024 campaign, that's one thing I noticed about their neighborhood is all the American flags. Chuck's dedication, consistency, and impact across so many areas of our community truly reflect the spirit of volunteerism. Chuck, thank you for your years of service and for your continued commitment to making Merced a better place. We're grateful for you.
I don't know if I can talk now. I want to thank the mayor and the city council, especially Sarah Boyle. I keep wanting to say Susan, so I have to put it in my head. It's Sarah. And as she said, I've been volunteering for years, but the last 4 years since my wife passed away, I had a choice what I was going to do, and the volunteer has kept me going. and it's going to keep me going. I tell people that I volunteer mostly for veterans, seniors, and children, but I will volunteer. My hand goes up for anything, really. I still got time, but I get as much out of what I give to somebody else as they get. I mean, that keeps my life going. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah, come on down. Chuck said he was going to bring a special group of people. That way.
You're too popular, Chuck.
Come back here, Chuck.
Yeah, where's Jen? Jen, come down here. Come here.
Hey, Doug. Oh, here comes Sarah. Sarah. Here comes Jennifer. Come on, get in here.
Tighten up.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, we need to talk. I was in Lee Barracks.
Yeah.
Were you? Yeah, they struck.
I'll make a statement though. Mine can't. Okay. Yeah, I'll just. So I'm Councilmember Fui Zhang. Unfortunately, my nominee can't make it today. So to me, it just speaks volume of the dedication and time that all of our nominees have put into community work. So with that, I'm going to have to keep folks in suspense until next time. So I'll pass it back over to you, Matt.
All right. All right, finally, my 2026 honoree is the Merced County Rescue Mission. If Pastor Bruce, everybody else, come on up. Bring them all up, too. You guys too cool. Let's start. All right, this one's for the rescue mission in two ways. One, everybody knows how important the rescue mission is to this community, to the organization for all the incredible work it does. As mentioned, too, you guys now take over the Thanksgiving Day and the Christmas Eve dinners that Chuck started way back when. Now these guys
Tried to back up Chuck.
Yeah, it takes this whole crew to do what Chuck did way back. Chuck's done. But it's for what the organization does for the community, also what you do for the people in your programs, transforming lives, finding such value in folks who are going through struggles. And I've seen it firsthand how what you do to people and how you turn them into some of the best, most valuable people in this town. I see a lot of them out there tonight, and this one, even more so than that, it's for you guys too, because what you do, being able to give back, share your joy, and all the community service that you guys do while going through the program is exemplary and embodies truly what our community is about. And it's hard to imagine, being able to have this town without you. Everything you guys do, taking people in some of the most difficult circumstances of their lives, transforming them and turning them into great people who have so much to give and so much value. And it's just been an honor to work with them and serve with them, and also to see the great things that you guys do. So, Pastor Bruce, I'll give you guys a chance. Got a lot of good speakers out there too, so get the chance to say a few words. And again, just want to thank you. You guys do so much in terms of addressing homelessness and all those issues too. You guys are just exceptional, and Merced wouldn't be even close to what it is without you. So.
Thank you so much, Matt. Well, I retired about 16 years ago, and it's been my privilege to just be kind of along for the ride with all of these good people, and to be in a wonderful town and city where people work together. And I know that the Rescue Mission is just a small piece in the big picture, because it's all kinds of organizations that are all working together, each doing our part. And it's only as we work together that we can make this happen. And I've shared with Matt and many others, I think we're well on the road to becoming one of the first counties and cities in California to have a zero homeless population. And that's because of the work of everybody together, not just the mission, but all of you and so many of the other organizations that we partner with. And we're just blessed to be a part of this. And it takes a real team to make this happen. And thank you, team, for what all of you do, and for what we are able to do together, and what we're able to do here in the city of Merced and in the county of Merced. God bless us all.
Thank you. Want to bring some of the guys up too? Right, if folks want to clear out, now's the time. You've got about 10 seconds to make a run for it. If not, you're staying with us for the rest of the night till. Thank you, everybody. Man, I thought at least one person would stay, but everybody's making a run for the hills. See mine.
Okay, agenda item G, written petitions and communications. Mayor, the clerk's office received emails from Canton Norat and Ashley Marie Suarez regarding agenda item J2, and an email from Strong Towns Merced regarding agenda item J7. The emails were received by the 1 p.m. deadline. They were sent to council and posted on the city's website. Any emails received after the 1 p.m. deadline will be sent to council. Agenda item H, public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on any matter not listed on the agenda may speak during this portion of the meeting and will be allotted 3 minutes. The mayor may propose a further limit to the time available for all speakers at the discretion of the city council in order to accommodate as many speakers as possible. State law prohibits the city council from acting at this meeting on any matter raised during the public comment period. Members of the public who wish to speak on a matter that is listed on the agenda will be called upon to speak during the discussion of that item. And Mayor, I currently have 7 request to speak forms.
All right, Councilor Smith had a sudden emergency with his child, so he'll be back quickly. I think
Okay. Want me to go ahead and proceed and call?
Yeah, if you want to call the speakers.
Okay, if I can get the first 4 speakers to the podium to my left, please. Aggie Freeman, Allison Rodriguez, Eric Serrato, and Amanda Day.
Aggie, welcome. It's good to see you back.
Thank you, Mayor Serrato. Good evening, council, staff, and Mercedians. My name's Aggie Freeman. I'm the Assistant Governor for Rotary, District 5220. First, please join me in congratulating all of the volunteers of the year, including Rotary Club of Merced Sunrise member Chuck Herman and Rotary Club of Merced Sunrise member Pastor Bruce. Chuck and Pastor Bruce, they show us what it means to be leaders and to live a life of service. And we're incredibly proud to see their dedication recognized here tonight. Also, Rotary District 5220, under the leadership of Colton Dennis, who serves as District Speech Contest Chair, had the honor of hosting our annual District Speech Contest at the MAC, the Multicultural Arts Center here in Merced. It was an afternoon that reminded us all why Rotary exists, not just as a leadership organization, but as a force for inspiration, leadership among our youth in the community, and community service. 8 courageous and talented students representing schools from across the Central Valley took the stage. Each one delivered a speech on the theme, Rotary International theme that went far beyond words. They shared perspective, purpose, and a deep understanding of what it truly means to serve others. Their reflections on Rotary and the impact of service were thoughtful, powerful, and deeply moving. We are celebrating these young, remarkable leaders. Our first place winner, Olivia Burnett from Linden High School, representing Area 2 and Stockton Sunrise Rotary. Olivia will be speaking at the district leadership event on May 11th. Each of the students demonstrated courage, preparation, and authenticity. They didn't just compete, they inspired every person who was in that room. They are the embodiment of Rotary's commitment to developing the next generation of leaders. And in this room tonight, there are 17 Rotarians from the clubs in the Merced area. I'd also like to send special thanks for Colton Dennis, who served his exceptional leadership and for opening the doors of the MAC to host this event with such excellence. And thanks to Denise Wachowski of the Merced Camera Club for capturing this moment and others so we can continue to share them and inspire long after the event ends. This is what Rotary does. We create platforms, we lift voices, we invest in the future, in our youth, in our veterans, and in our community. And based on what we witnessed at the speech contest, I can say with confidence, Merced is in good hands. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Aggie. Appreciate it. All right, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Allison Rodriguez. You can call me Allie. I am the Deputy Regional Director for the Central Valley for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I am new to this position. This is my 6th day on the job. And I just wanted to come out here and introduce myself. I look forward to working closely with you all as we get this train rolling. And I'll stick around if anyone has any questions. I don't even have business cards yet. I'm that new.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. I ran out of business cards a while ago, too, and they never refilled them, so. All right, Mr. Serrato.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Eric Serrato, and I'm the current president of the Downtown Neighborhood Association. Showing up here with gratitude, I'd like to thank the city and the mayor and Councilmember Harris for meeting with DNA last week to discuss our priorities for 2026. There were many, but our meeting focused on 3. The first was the implementation of Quiet Zone on the BNSF line, an issue that's been at the top of DNA's list for nearly a decade. It's no surprise that the blaring horns affect not just the quality of life of downtown neighborhoods, but also suppress neighbors' property values, the largest single asset that most downtown neighbors hold. We're not aware of any community of Merced size and stature that tolerates this kind of noise pollution, and so we shared with you our promise to mobilize around it. We were heartened by the city's commitment to elevate this, and that funds set aside for this effort are not in jeopardy of being shifted elsewhere. We stand ready to advocate at the state level if state delays are what's hindering its progress and to continued accountability. We also plan to talk to other cities and community groups that have resolved this. A second was code enforcement via what DNA calls its dirty dozen. 12 properties, commercial and residential, that are blight on the fabric of our neighborhoods. Commercial properties, including rentals that are shuttered or in disrepair, are a particular issue for us. For residents such as the elderly or others that find themselves out of compliance, we're also assembling a team of volunteers and some spare tools to help bring their yards and buildings up to shape. At our meeting, we handed over this list of 12 properties, and we're going to continue to track their resolution. But we're also looking closely at what we think are some gaps in existing ordinances, specifically around owners' ability to continue to have boarded up windows and have them stay that way indefinitely without any city response. Lastly, we discussed pedestrian safety, the traffic and sidewalk issues that make our neighborhoods less walkable. A number of solutions were talked about, along with the sobering reality of limited resources. We get it, and so we're thinking about that too. How can we be the wind at your back to partner up and bring some of those walkways into shape? But again, we're here to say thank you, and that we're grateful to the city for its coordination, for putting this meeting together. I work in government, and I know that not all municipalities go the effort that you've gone to pull together. We know you're busy people with lots of competing priorities, and you still brought all those folks together to talk to us. We look forward to coming back in about a month to track progress. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your advocacy.
Okay, well, mine is a happy announcement, so don't worry. I'm Amanda Day. I'm from the Kiwanis Club of Greater Merced. Have any of you all been to Kittyland? Yeah, no, clap, no, raise your hands. Okay. So I want to announce that Kittyland's official opening day is Saturday, April 25th. We'll have our official ribbon cutting ceremony at 9:30 a.m. with all our city officials, and other important people will be there, and our members and local donors. And I want to give a special shout out to Chris Jensen, Director of Parks and Rec, who's worked tirelessly with the Kiwanis Club of Greater Merced, and our president, Karen Adams, and received calls at all hours of the day. I want to thank everyone who helped Kittyland along this journey. The park will be open to the public at 10 a.m. and will be free to everyone. So I encourage everybody to come. Invite your friends, invite your families, invite everybody. This has been a 2+ year journey to revamp the park. And a lot of you have been, when's the train gonna be ready? When's the train gonna be there? It was a lot of work, but we got our electric train here. We have our new path. We have 16-foot fence line. We have our rides repainted. We have new signs. It's going to be beautiful, and I hope you can all join us. The park has been there since 1957, so the park will be celebrating about 70 years next year. And I think you can all agree with me, it is like the jewel of Merced. It has been serving the children and families of Merced County for many more generations. I hope that we will continue. And I want you to check out our website and follow us on Instagram and Facebook for more events. So thank you. And thank you, Mayor Serrato.
Thank you. No, it's a remarkable achievement. All right.
Okay.
Jennifer.
If I can get the next 6 speakers. We'll do 3. We'll do the first 3. Can I get Ashley Marie Suarez? We have one with no name, and Blanca Ojeda.
All right. Good evening, Ashley.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, council members, mayor, city attorney, and city manager. I'd like to thank the city for its efforts in advancing policies aimed at ensuring tenants will live in safe and healthy and habitable housing. I'd specifically like to aim my thanks to the city attorney Cornwell, to Councilman Smith, Councilman Harris, and Councilman Zhang in taking the time to listen and speak with community members that have shared a couple of their stories about living in inhabitable housing. And their concerns with the proposed repeat housing code violators program. It seems that there's a consensus among decision makers and community leaders regarding what direction this policy will head in. And so specifically to hold negligent landlords accountable and protect tenants' rights to safe and healthy housing. After several community meetings, residents are asking for the following changes. Number 1, requiring that the publicly available list or interactive database, whichever way this heads in, of the repeat housing code violators program is updated weekly, and that the city manager or their designee prepares a quarterly and annual report detailing more than just the number of properties designated as chronic offenders. 2, that all sections of the policy that state within a reasonable period of time are replaced with no longer than 30 days, just to be a little bit more clear. Number 3, the penalties are increased to $1,000 per day or something along the lines to incentivize folks to comply with state law. And 4, that there is enforcement of the owner paying for tenant relocation assistance, such as code enforcement following up with the owner. Assistance such as code enforcement showing up with the owner would be super helpful in making sure that that right is executed. The city has a legal obligation to fulfill its requirements under AB 838 and AB 548. Tenants throughout Merced experience severe habitability issues, and many of those stories go unheard because of the fear of retaliation or because they know their complaints won't really get addressed or they go unanswered. We are working with tenants living in 4 different apartment complexes that have mold, lead, plumbing issues, and I'm sure there's a lot more complexes that exist in the city of Merced that the city is unaware of. This is an opportunity to address these issues and to ensure that all of the residents in Merced are living in safe and habitable housing. So we hope that the city incorporates resident recommendations that will greatly benefit the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, good evening.
Yes, okay. Lovely to meet you. Yeah, I echo exactly what the previous speaker had said. In addition to this anti-slumlord ordinance, it has no real teeth or penalty when it comes to exploitative landlords, putting them in a shame list. They have no shame as long as it affects it doesn't affect their bottom line. And echoing the habitability issues, according to your own data through Imagine Merced and Cal Enviro Screen, the EPA, there are certain census tracts in downtown Merced and South Merced, 1302, 1401, and 1502, that have some of the worst childhood lead exposure due to housing. And they're in around the 89% percentile, and these are more often than not renters as well. And there are a lot of kind-hearted people earlier recognized as volunteers, but we also need those volunteers to put that energy towards tenant unionization, cooperative housing, and in addition to that, the City Council's anti-slumlord ordinance is already flirting with the idea of social housing by taking away the businesses or the license of the extremely bad landlords and having a city manager take over the property. At that point, it should be given to the tenants themselves and tenant unions themselves. This is what we should be working towards, not how can we please our corporate-backed and private equity firms. And this affects our previous volunteers as well. A lot of them are farmers, and these same private equity entities do not care about the land, they do not care about the soil, nor the economic harms or impacts that they have. And so all I just have to say is these ordinances are not far enough. They need more accountability, thorough accountability, and not just bowing down to private equity interests and Wall Street-backed land developers that have a very high recusal rate, from what I've been hearing, in association with a few different committees and councils. But yeah, the people that do the volunteering and the people that do the work are extremely well, and they don't really know about the odds and ends of that. But yeah, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can get the next three speakers. I believe the first name is Adriana. Last name is Millen, or Millan, Rochelle Abril, and Y.
Okay. Blanca's first.
Oh, I'm sorry, Blanca. It's okay.
Go ahead, Blanca.
Good evening, council members. First of all, I want to say, thank you for I know it takes a lot of work to draft off these policies, and so just want to acknowledge the hard work that you all have done in putting this repeat housing code violator together. Second of all, I also want to echo that there's always going to be more. The need is so big, and I think we've talked about it, and you have all shared similar sentiments. As the need is so big, and the resources are so small or scarce. And so, with that, I just want to say this is a really good start, and what we're hoping is a really good beginning. So we will continue to reach out, continue to meet, continue to lift up those needs as organizers and advocates of folks that have, a lot of needs within the community. So you'll continue to hear from us. And then I also want to say we've been meeting with a couple of other council members. I understand, the differences of opinion. And so we want to be able to hear from every single one of the council members, and have reached out to some of y'all and are hoping to get a response soon. With that, I also want to share that we'll be having a community resource fair at the United Methodist Church this Saturday, the 25th, from 9 a.m. to about 1 p.m. And I heard you guys might be a little busy already with a couple of other events, but I just want to throw it out there if you're able to join us. We will be lifting up this housing ordinance, or anti-slumlord ordinance, at around 11 o'clock. So hopefully, if you guys are available by then, you guys can join us. Would love to see some of you all there. This is a really good start for our community, and we look forward to having some of you there. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Ojeda. All right, next speaker. All right. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. My name's Adrienne Milan, and I live at Brookdale Gardens. I just want to thank you for starting the conversation of the policies regarding slumlords, and I hope we continue to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, Rochelle, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, residents of Merced. I didn't know what was going to be at this City Council meeting, but to see that we have a lot of volunteers that are doing work in the city, that's awesome to hear. But it seems like the volunteers are getting all the praise and the city's not doing anything. I'm not saying you're not, but I don't hear any praise going out for the city. So I think the city's got to step up a little more. The crime rate, the homelessness, all these different things that are going on, the city has to be able to attack it. Volunteers can only do so much, and a volunteer is that. I volunteered in Merced from 2000 to 2015. I loved every bit of it. I'd do it again if we could make the same difference and changes in people's lives, youth's lives, if it had to be. However, the city has to step up. You guys gotta find out where you can allocate money to put for youth services. Again, last month, we had murders in Merced, whether it be Livingston, whether it be Planada. We're having too many murders in Merced with young people because there's no activities for young people. All the activities going into bars, you got getting all kind of tire shops and restaurants. What are we doing for our youth to save our youth? It's evident that there's nothing out there for them. And I'm talking about the ages of 11 to 17. We have to get something for them. They're crying out, but they're crying out in the wrong way. They're giving attention to what is in front of them. So let's get some positive activities in front of them. One thing we did with our youth program, and Matt, you know all about Mojo. We had those youth doing positive things, and without even telling them they're doing positive things, they were doing it. Because our saying was, if you give a youth something positive to do, what will they do? Most adults can't answer that question, but the youth can, and it's positive. So we got to think strategy. We got to think some strategy that's going to help do something different, because what you guys are doing, it's not working. And I'm not saying you're not working on it. I'm not saying you're not doing anything, but we got to figure out something else. Something else that's going to help save the youth. I have a granddaughter here that's going to be 18 in August. I have a grandson that's 20, getting ready to be 21. I have younger grandchildren. We have to do something, and I'm sure some of you have grandchildren and children young too. We got to do something. We shouldn't be in fear of our kids walking to bus stops or walking to schools every day, or even going to a grocery store.
Thank you, Cheryl. For anyone else?
Mayor, I do have a request to speak form from an Irvin Mendoza, but it doesn't indicate what item they wanted to speak on.
Okay. If I see Irvin. Irvin? Okay. No, I don't see him.
Okay. So that's all we have for public comment then.
Thank you, Jeff. Oh, then we might have one more.
Alrighty. Evening, Mayor, Council, City of Merced. Apologies for forgetting to submit my forget to speak, my request to speak form. I think I need more coffee. But evening, Mayor, City Council, City of Merced. My name is Karthik Prasad, here on behalf of Congressman Adam Gray with a very quick little legislative update from Washington. A huge discussion that's actually happening in D.C. that's often underreported is the ongoing effort to modernize our nation's permitting process, a system that's often stalled a lot of projects our community needs. And to that end, last week, the Congressman helped introduce the Create Expedited Reviews to Transform American Infrastructure Now Act, which is a mouthful, which is why we've shortened it to the Certain Act. It's a bipartisan bill that would simplify the permitting process for infrastructure development by streamlining approval timelines and requiring federal agencies to review all projects fairly and transparently. Previously, the Congressman played a very key role in a bipartisan group that advanced another permitting reform bill, the SPEED Act, through the House Natural Resources Committee. However, unfortunately, when the bill reached the House floor, a provision was added that significantly weakened the Congressman's own language on permitting certainty for energy projects. And while the SPEED Act has since advanced to the Senate, it has since stalled. The Certain Act builds on that language to continue bipartisan bicameral negotiations on permitting reform. And as always, if any members of the council or members of the public present know anyone who has any issues with any federal agency, feel free to send them our way. We're happy to help. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Prasad. Appreciate the update as always. Jennifer, anyone else?
That is all we have, Mayor.
Okay, on to consent.
Okay, agenda item I, consent calendar.
All right, any members of the council wish to have any items pulled for separate consideration? Any members of the public? Jennifer, any requests to pull items from the public?
We do have one from Gloria Sandoval regarding agenda item I-5.
Okay. It's the Shannon Parkade elevator expense. Okay, and that's it? Just that one? All right,
believe that's
discussion
all.
or a motion with respect to the balance?
Motion.
Second.
Boyle, Dupont. I think
Okay, I
you
have a
got your-
motion by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle and a second by Councilmember Dupont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, Ms. Sandoval, taking us to I-5, your request to pull the item for questions or discussion. And for the public's edification, this is a $431,673.63 expense for the elevator in the Shannon Parkade.
Yes.
Good.
I thought I'd say a few comments on this item because I know it's a 40-page, I really feel for you. I have to prepare for the meetings here. But I did not read the whole thing. The thing that attracted me was the amount of money that you're about to spend, $431,673.63. But I also focus on another section, and it's on the page 9. No, take it back. It's on the page 10 that says work not included. So I was kind of curious that even after that big, amount that's about to be put out, it went on and said that at the time of the initial inspection, the below conditions were satisfactory. Well, it says that there are certain items that are not included in this proposal, many of which must be completed by purchaser prior to and as condition precedent to TK Elevator's performance of its work as described in this proposal. So it goes on. So there's quite a long list. So I was wondering what extra money is going to come out of that. And, the main thing that I was attracted to is it's an elevator and a parking structure, right? And I've mentioned this before about El Capitan Hotel having certain restricted spaces that I've mentioned that I have not found parking there, and other times I have not even tried anymore because I know that if we do take a space, we could be ticketed, but yet it's empty, okay? And I know at the same time El Capitan also has the valet parking right off of the hotel. So my question is how much of this is going to be covered by El Capitan, since a lot of the spaces are taken by them. I don't know what arrangements you have with them, but that's my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Hi, so I'm Cosmo Ordunez, the manager for internal services. The project is to bring the elevators up to code, essentially, because right now they're working, not working, but to do the work on them, they have to be brought up to code. So it's not just the elevator themselves, but it's to make them safer, make sure that whatever work is done meets the modern code, because they somewhat outdated, but any work that needs to be done now has to be updated. As far as the things that are not included, I don't have the proposal in front of me, but as far as the work and the funding that's allocated towards that, it should be enough to cover anything that's not on the proposal. Oh, I'm sorry. Is there anything that you want me to cover anymore? So kind of going back over, it was more just to bring the elevators, make them safer, but any work that has to be done has to meet the modern codes now. So because they're kind of hit and miss as far as when they're working, because they're old and components are no longer available, that's kind of why we're trying to do this project. Obviously to help people that can't walk up the ramps, that need to get to their vehicles, not just for the hotel, but, for the public as well.
Thank you, Councilman. Ms. Rodriguez.
Good evening. I just wanted to respond as far as the funding. So the funding is coming from the parking authority funds and facility funds, and typically the way we receive money with the parking authority is the funding that LCAP pays for the spaces in the parking garage, and then also the spaces that are rented out on in the Merced Center garage, which is in West America. So that's how we receive funding, and so the bulk of the money, the $300,000, is coming from those funds. I don't know specifically right now how much LCAP pays as far as the contract, but we do have a contract where they do pay for that funding. And then the other portion is coming from facilities fund, which is really all departments pay into this fund, and so all of the departments are helping to pay for this.
Any questions for Cosmo or Venus? And Cosmo, just to summarize the, if you could answer, if somebody said, why even make this expenditure? What's the purpose of doing this? You mentioned earlier about access and those kind of issues, but why is this important?
It's important because of, I'm sure you've been into the parking garage, the elevators, majority of the time are out of service. A lot of it is due to vandalism, so the upgrades will deal with making vandalism harder with the components that they're putting in. But any work done to that has to upgrade the fire system, so we're upgrading the safety part of it, the fire suppression system on each floor to help with that, to make sure that those lockdowns are in working order. And, because of the hotels right next to it and people park there on different levels, going up the stairs isn't easy for everybody. So having a working elevator is essential, for people visiting the city.
All right, additional questions? Councilor Jean.
So just to the point that the speaker made with regards to all the language stating that the purchaser shall provide the following, are those items in which the city of Merced will be doing prior to the installation of the new elevator?
Yeah, I think it's basically, once they start getting into, they're focusing on the elevator, the carts themselves, the hydraulics, outside components that they've listed, then yeah, we'll have to make sure that work is completed prior or in tandem with when the work is being done.
Is that what, are we anticipating any costs with regards to that outside of our normal maintenance or budget for this project? That's outside of this contract?
Outside, no.
Okay.
All right. Additional questions, discussion, or a motion?
Motion.
Okay. We got a motion and a second. If you would like to give a comment, you have to fill out the green request to speak form. So we have a motion. Is there a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion and second. Harris and Tao. Pending discussion.
One singular question. Just how much does the elevator actually cost? Like, what's the cost of equipment versus labor? Like, we want you to make good end, but, yeah. I echo the cost sounds kind of high, so accountability and clarity would be preferred. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your service.
You will answer that briefly, Cosmo.
So I don't have the proposal in front of me, so I couldn't tell you exactly the cost for parts and labor to break that apart. I couldn't give that.
Okay, we can follow up afterwards too. Elevators are not cheap. Elevators are, and they have to work right, so you have to do them at a very high standard. So if not, it could cause a lot of problems. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, I have
Sure.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Jen.
I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Tao. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
On to our action items.
Mayor, if I may, can
Yes.
we take the report item prior to action item? It's a report on SB 707, and then one of our first action items kind of is about 707, but it's good to be informed first prior
Yes.
to.
Okay. So on request, on motion of the Assistant City Clerk, we'll move our reports, that's K on our agenda, and K1 specifically, up ahead of our action items. And we have Ms. Lucas and Mr. Benioff.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Mr. City Manager, and Mr. City Attorney. Rhonda Lucas, and as promised or threatened, I am back to talk some more about SB 707. As you know, we went over this 2 weeks ago. Brown Act applies to local governments, and the key to the Brown Act is that all meetings be noticed, open, and public, and it ensures the right of the public to participate. Under the Brown Act, we're going to go back to this legislative body definition. A legislative body is defined as you, the city council, and a whole host of subsidiary bodies that you form, including potentially standing committees, any entity really that is doing business on behalf of the city or in furtherance of the city government. And the reason this matters is because the bulk of last presentation on April 6th pertained to you, the city council, because SB 707 broke out this definition under eligible legislative body. With the exception of the last few slides, everything we're going to talk about tonight applies to all, or potentially applies to all of our legislative bodies. So all of our boards, commissions, standing committees, et cetera. We talked about the 3 tracks. We went over all of the fun miscellaneous changes and the eligible legislative body changes. And tonight I am back to talk to you specifically about the teleconferencing rules and changes to those rules within SB 707. I want to be clear that we're going to go over these 5 listed in pretty decent detail. There are others that we're not talking about because they simply don't apply to the city of Merced. And specifically, those are teleconferencing rules for health authorities. That's a very specific definition in the government code. We don't qualify. Neighborhood councils, same thing. Community college student associations, obviously we're not one of those. And lastly, multi-jurisdictional bodies. The city council for the city of Merced is clearly not a multi-jurisdictional body. I would say that to the extent any of you or any of our other members on other legislative bodies for the city are members of a joint power authority, that is a multi-jurisdictional legislative body. So if the Joint Power Authority wants to proceed under the teleconferencing rules applicable to it, I would just encourage you to contact the city attorney's office so that we can do the analysis on a case-by-case basis. First and foremost, we're going to call it traditional teleconferencing. This is the teleconferencing rules that prior to COVID, we all operated under. If any member of the body wanted to participate remotely, the agenda had to be posted at both the city council chambers and wherever that remote participant was occurring. In addition, that remote location also had to be open to and accessible to the public. So for example, if one of you were at a hotel doing city business, but you still wanted to participate in this city council meeting, you could, as long as we worked with the city clerk's office, the agenda noticed that you would be participating, the room you would be participating from, and those agendas had to be posted, both our normal process and in that, for example, hotel room, and then the hotel room had to be open to the public. It says new rule because they made changes, so I'm not going to highlight them, but it's pretty much what you're used to. Remote member participation does not count toward a quorum. Votes under this scenario, if any one of you is participating under the traditional teleconference rules, must be done via roll call. On this one, the city council member participating remotely can still simply call in. You can use your cell phone. It's not the two-way audio-visual or two-way telephonic with live feed that we discussed the other night. You do not have to disclose if anybody is in the room with you. And the public, though, has to be able to watch the remote participant via a two-way audiovisual platform or a two-way telephonic service and live webcasting. So much like we do when we have remote presenters, you would appear in the bottom of the screen somehow through Jeff's magical IT, and the public could see that you were participating. Not a lot of major changes there, but that's our new rules under 707. On to the next one. And again, this applies to all of our subsidiary bodies as well as you, the city council. Reasonable accommodation teleconferencing. In 2021, I believe, might be 22, the Attorney General came out with an opinion dealing with what cities or local governments had to do for a member of the legislative body that had a disability that qualified under the Americans with Disability Act. SB 707 essentially took that Attorney General's opinion and codified it at Government Code 54953 sub C. In this scenario, if one of our members of any of our legislative bodies has a disability of some type as defined in the Americans with Disability Act, we, the city, must reasonably accommodate their request to participate, including remote participation. And the limit on if you're under the reasonable accommodation teleconferencing, you can use that for an unlimited amount of time so long as the qualifying disability is still in effect. Remote member participation does count toward a quorum. Again, roll call vote has to occur. Unlike traditional teleconferencing, there needs to be a two-way audiovisual platform. The only exception to this is for the member. The only exception to this is if the disability is such that it prevents you from appearing on the audiovisual platform, then obviously we accommodate that and you don't have to. You do have to disclose. So let's say I'm a council member and I fall under this. I can do it from my house. I can do it from wherever. It does not have to be open to the public. The agenda doesn't have to be posted publicly. But if there's somebody in the room with me while the meeting is taking place, I need to disclose the presence of anybody in the room who's over the age of 18 and generally explain their relationship to me, the member. Interestingly, for this one, for the public access, we are not required, or the legislative body is not required to make remote public participation available under this provision unless we're dealing with you, the city council. So Planning Commission, Parks and Rec, all of our other commissions and boards would not have to have remote public participation, but you, the city council, do. And that is consistent with the heightened requirements for you as an eligible legislative body. On to the next slide, teleconferencing general provisions. So we talked about two teleconferencing rules that were under the different version of the government code. The government code, SB 707, then created a whole new government code, 54953.8, that has broad teleconferencing provisions for emergency circumstances, just causes, and eligible subsidiary bodies. These apply to all three of those subsections. And then within the government code, there are subsections under point 8, 0.8.1, 0.8.2, et cetera, that we'll get into in more detail once we go over the general provisions. For teleconferencing by members in either emergency circumstances, just cause, or for eligible subsidiary bodies, we have to allow the public to remotely hear and visually observe the meeting and address the legislative body by either two-way audiovisual platform or two-way telephonic service and live webcasting of the meeting. We have to, on the agenda, give notice to the public of the means by which the public can access the meeting and offer public comment in our agenda, so very similar to the notice that is at the top of our agenda now. And we have to identify how all persons can attend via call-in option or internet-based service option. Importantly, if any body or commission, city council, anybody, is participating under any of these three teleconferencing provisions and there is a disruption of service for the feed to the public, so not the members feed in, but the feed to the public, the meeting has to stop. And unlike what we talked about last time with the tech disruption policy, the meeting has to stop if the service error or difficulty is not fixed within an hour. The meeting is over. You cannot reconvene and do a finding that the public interest is outweighed by continuing the meeting. And failing to end the meeting when there is this tech disruption that we cannot resolve within an hour could void your actions. So if we have one member participating via teleconference and we have a tech disruption, the meeting ends if we can't fix it. And these provisions apply to everything else we're about to talk about. So what is a state of emergency, local emergency teleconferencing? If there is a proclaimed state of emergency, I think that is pretty self-explanatory. Also, if there is a local emergency, so for example, the flooding that we had, unfortunately, within the city of Merced, if the state hadn't declared a state of emergency, but we needed to meet, the local governing body, you, the city council, could declare a local state of emergency that then allows us to proceed, all of our legislative bodies, under this teleconferencing rule. Obviously, there is, and the finding of the local emergency needs to be renewed every 45 days if, in fact, it still exists. There's no limit to how many times we can use this teleconferencing provision. Again, the remote participation does count toward a quorum. That sort of makes sense. If we're in a true emergency, people probably can't get in. Vote has to be via roll call. The method for the member participation has to be two-way telephonic with live webcast, just two-way telephonic. You don't have to broadcast via the web, or two-way audiovisual. Again, you have to do a disclosure if anyone is over 18 in the room with you while you are participating in the meeting. And on this one, there is no need for the legislative body to provide a physical location from which the public may attend or comment. And for the public, we can choose two-way telephonic service without live webcasting of the meeting for public participation. Again, the thought behind this is if we're in an emergency, perhaps those services wouldn't be available and you still need to conduct the business of the local government. Just cause teleconferencing. SB 707 expanded existing just cause scenarios. So the 7 listed here are the only situations under which you could have a just cause teleconferencing. Physical or family medical emergency, child or caregiving need, contagious illness, travel while on official business of the legislative body, an immunocompromised family member, military service obligations that require the member to be at least 50 miles outside the city of Merced's boundaries, or a physical or mental condition that wouldn't qualify under the second teleconferencing rule we talked about, the reasonable accommodation. The requesting member must disclose to the city and to the legislative body at the earliest possible opportunity why they feel they have a need for a just cause, and the reason must be recorded in the minutes. This one does have a limit. So if we're talking about many, if not all of our commissions and boards that only meet once a month, you can only use just cause. A single member can only use just cause for 2 meetings. You, the city council, meet twice a month, so one of you could use this, each individual could use this up to 5 meetings per year. Your remote participation does not count toward a quorum. The vote, again, has to be roll call. The method for you, the member, to participate is 2-way telephonic or 2-way audiovisual. Again, you have to do that same disclosure if you are remotely participating and someone over 18 is in the room. You have to disclose it to the public and explain your general relationship. And with this one, there does have to be a single physical location identified on the agenda within the boundaries of the legislative body. So for example, we would still have to have council chambers open if one of you was participating under this one. The last one is my favorite. Eligible subsidiary body teleconferencing, not to be confused with eligible legislative bodies. An eligible subsidiary body means a commission, committee, board, or other body of a local agency, whether permanent or temporary, created by charter, ordinance, resolution, or formal action of a legislative body that serves exclusively in an advisory capacity, is not authorized to take final action on legislation, regulations, contracts, licenses, permits, or any other entitlements, grants, or allocations of funds, does not have primary subject matter jurisdiction as defined by the charter, an ordinance, a resolution, or any formal action of the city council that focuses on elections, budgets, police oversight, privacy, removing from or restricting access to materials available in public libraries, or taxes or related spending proposals. So this applies to all of your subsidiary bodies under city council if they meet all of those requirements. And I'm not going to quiz you at the end. I'm going to tell you the ones that we at city council as of right now think, or as city attorney right now think to which this applies. For an eligible subsidiary body, they can meet possibly entirely remotely via teleconference or some combination of members meeting remotely and in person if you, the city council, authorize the use of teleconferencing for each of the respective subsidiary bodies that qualify, and renew that authorization via vote every 6 months by finding that, in consideration of the circumstances of the eligible legislative body, teleconference meetings would enhance public access to the eligible subsidiary body's meetings, and the public has been made aware of the type of remote participation available, including audiovisual or telephonic. And lastly, the public has been provided the opportunity to comment at an in-person meeting of the city council where the authorized eligible subsidiary body to meet entirely or in some combination of entirely remotely or some combination of remote and in-person is considered. For this one, I would recommend, the city attorney's office would recommend that to the extent we find our eligible subsidiary bodies making this request to us, you should consider each subsidiary body independently in order to make that finding. The Art Commission, for example, may have different factual situations than the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. And you need to make the finding for each one individually. Again, this finding must be renewed every 6 months, and you can revoke this finding and this permission at any time. So you try it, it doesn't work out, you can revoke it. So what's it mean? If you allow your eligible subsidiary bodies to meet, because you've made the finding, and they get to meet teleconferencely, or under these teleconferencing rules, they could meet entirely remotely or some combination. Then the finding has to be made and adopted by the city council and renewed every 6 months. Obviously, there is no limit for the remote participation. The remote member participant does count toward a quorum. The votes have to be roll call. The members participating have to be two-way audio-visual. Again, the disclosure we've seen in every single one. Importantly, a physical location has to be designated within the city's boundaries where subsidiary body members who are not participating remotely must be present and where members of the public may physically attend. And at least one staff member has to be present at that physical location regardless during the time of the meeting. So even if all of the body is participating from home, and we use this room, for example, it will still have to be staffed. We will have to set everything up and the public can come in. It's just that the members don't have to come in and be here in person under this granting of authority. And the agenda shall be posted at the physical location. So in the example here at City Hall or in council chambers, but obviously it does not need to be posted at each of the individual members' remote locations. If an elected person, you, the city council member, serves on the eligible subsidiary body, you cannot avail yourself to the opportunity of remote participation. You must appear in person at the designated physical location. And if you, the city council, allow any eligible subsidiary bodies to take advantage of this provision, you must then establish and adopt procedures for acting on any recommendation coming from the eligible legislative body. Obviously, we at the city attorney's office have not even begun to think about drafting those procedures for you to consider adopting because we're going to need to know what eligible subsidiary bodies, if any, you would like to make these findings for. Now, the fun part. What are your eligible subsidiary bodies? At this time, it is the city attorney office's opinion that the only eligible subsidiary bodies are your Arts and Culture Advisory Commission, Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, Recreation and Parks Commission, Regional Airport Authority, and Citizen Advisory Focus Group. And let me know if you want me to list those again. That's the fun world of SB 707 teleconferencing requirements, and I am happy to take any questions or comments at this time.
Thank you, Ron. Any questions for our Chief Deputy City Attorney? Councilmember Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Lucas, thank you for the presentation, part 2.
Thank you.
I guess my first question is kind of a threshold question. Are we sure this applies to us?
What?
So we're a charter city, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'm just exploring this with you. I don't have to be right, but charter cities have supreme authority over their own municipal affairs,
Yes.
even as the state law, right? Including how tax dollars are spent and how we operate as a sub-governmental unit. Is there any analysis or is there any pushback, like from the League of Cities, under that kind of a theory?
No. I think it has been well accepted and established that the Brown Act, broadly speaking, applies to all local governments, including charter cities. This is a revision to the Brown Act, and it applies.
Well, that was the original Brown Act. It seems to me that this is a new thing with the same name.
I think that there will be lots of very interesting challenges and legal opinions and evolution. We don't have them yet. People are assuming they have to comply, and there's been side conversations I'm aware of, but none of them have gained root. And at this point, the consensus is, broadly speaking, yes, this change to the Brown Act applies to everybody.
Okay, we'll leave it at that for now. This reminds me a lot of the pandemic days when I was on the Merced City School District Board. And 2 and 3 hours of public comment online was, I don't think, very constructive. But your reading of the Brown Act is that all the usual provisions apply, that if you're going to allow public comment, it has to be equally applicable to everybody?
Actually, yes, unequivocally. You still have, consistent with your questioning from the last meeting, you, the city council, still have the ability to set limits on public comment. For example, if you have so many speakers, you can go from 3 minutes to 2 minutes or 1 minute. I would advise you to do those well in advance, but whatever limits you place have to equally be applied, Councilmember Zhang, to your question, to both the in-person participants and the remote participants. So for example, you decide you're gonna limit public, and I'm just making this up, this is just a hypothetical, but you have a policy in place that says if we have more than 15 speakers, both remote and in person, we're gonna limit general public comment to 30 minutes. You can do that, but you have to then divide that 30 minutes equally between 15 for private, or 15 for in-person, 15 for remote.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect it to be equal between the two groups of participants. It's good to know that we still at least have some choice in what the limits are for everybody. So I appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Smith. Anybody else? Okay, Jennifer, anything from the public?
We do have one. They did not put their name on the green request to speak form, though. Not
I
for
think-
K1. This doesn't look like your handwriting. We have two?
Oh, so I did submit one?
Not for, I don't have one for you. I have one for J1. This is for K1.
Oh, is this K?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad, sorry. It was for J1. No,
Okay.
but I did put one for.
For J1.
J1,
Yeah,
sorry, I
that-
was upside.
No, it's okay.
Thank you, City's Attorney, for laying that presentation out pretty clearly. I just have a few questions. Is there any language that would limit how long it takes for regular rescheduling due to tech issues to prevent council from just canceling a meeting and never rescheduling it to the public? Another one, what constitutes an emergency or state of emergency that would allow them to have full say over what happens into the city council without entering for the public? You mentioned it was renewed every 45 days. Also, during the state of emergency, is public guaranteed virtual accessibility? Because even in times of emergency, we want to have transparency and accountability. And then what are some reasons to revoke said finding? Because you had mentioned a few different councils that you suggested as the city attorney should be accessible to the public. And arts and culture, biking, recs, airport, and the citizen advisory focus group, which particularly focuses on equitability and land development in Merced. So yes, a lot of questions, but excited to hear the answers.
Okay, thank you. Ashley had a comment on this one as well.
Yeah, I might as well. Sorry. Good evening. To the point that was made in the presentation regarding limiting time or, as a council deciding to equally apply any restrictions for in-person and remotely regarding the number of participants, I wanted to just acknowledge that a lot of community members that would like to be here but aren't here because of language barrier reasons or because of their busy schedules or their fear of public speaking would definitely like to participate virtually, whether that's, submitting a comment online or participating by speaking, on, their end over the phone. And would greatly benefit from having the complete 3-minute allotted time. And so we're asking that council not move forward with limiting the time for residents to speak remotely to less than 3 minutes, and that also is not impacted by their right to the allotted time, regardless of how many people are present, because I think this would greatly encourage participation remotely, and that is something that this council could definitely benefit from. Also, just making sure that folks feel comfortable and confident participating in and being civically engaged is super important. And I just wanted to address Councilman Smith's comment about how it was a little not constructive to have so many folks, call in either by voicemail or participate online and feel like there's just an overwhelming amount of comments. But that's the whole point of being involved with community and representing your constituents, making sure that you're taking the time to listen to all the folks that have something to say. And I understand that there might be like a reason to restrict comments to 30 minutes and then leave the rest to the end of the meeting. But just like you all are tired and would like to go home, there's probably going to be a lot of people logging off if you restrict comments instead of staying at the end of the meeting to make their comment if you do limit that time. And so I just wanted y'all to be in consideration of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, Jennifer, any other public comments?
I don't believe so, Mayor.
Okay, Chief Deputy Lucas, do you need anything from us?
At this time, I think I would ask you if you have any questions or want more details, reach out to us, use us. That's what we're here for. And keep in mind, Jeff's about to present in very short order some of what we know we have to do in order to meet the July 1 deadline on a tech side, specifically for the city council. We went into this under the assumption that you would meet the requirements of SB 707, i.e. the remote participation requirement would apply to city council because that's the only one for which it's required for every meeting. If there is a desire on the part of city council to go above and beyond what is in 707 requirements, just keep in mind, and I know Jeff's probably going to speak to this, that depending on what it is, could change our ask, it could change our technology needs, it could change, frankly, the cost associated with this. So robust dialogue at every step as we all try and train our staff and get ready for the new world of 707 compliance would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Benioff.
We're just going to switch presentations here real quick.
You need us to call IT or anything?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
IT's right there.
J1. No, you're good. So I'm going to kind of piggyback on where Rhonda left off, and we're going to talk about the technology components required to implement SB 707 and all the items that kind of go with that. So with that, I wanted to bring forward what am I asking for tonight? So what I'm asking for tonight is the authority to purchase the required technology items, get your direction on the optional technology items, and then the authority to purchase it. So that would be waiving the bid due to standardization and cooperative agreements, but also approving a supplemental appropriation and doing a change order for a contract and adding dollars into a contract that was already approved in July. So with this was a 5-vote item, and it's affirmative 5 votes, not 5 notes that I just see. So A flat, B, C, C sharp, and D are the notes. So the items that we're required to purchase, I'm mainly going to focus on the optional. The required items that we need to purchase are remote registration and queue management system. So this is what's going to allow the remote participants to be able to dial into the system and speak on a particular item. They want to speak on item J1, K3, I4, or they want to speak on multiple agenda items. So we need a way to queue those people in a logical order and to put them into a queue so then we can bring them in to the system remotely so they can speak. One of the other components that we need to buy is we need to buy equipment for off-site use. So town halls are a component of SB 707, so we need to enable the remote participation at town halls, which will require additional equipment. One of the other required items is we need a mechanism to maintain and monitor the stream. So if we do have a technology disruption failure, that the IT department can inform the clerk's department to inform the chair that we need to take a recess. So these are kind of the required items to meet the bare minimums of SB 707. And with that, you kind of see where there says a PEG fund and support services fund. I'll get into that a second. And then the optional items. So there's a whole bunch of optional items. We are not required to do these items. These items will just make the meeting run more efficiently, and you can choose to do any number of these or none of these. So I'm kind of seeking, is council would like to do any of these things? And so with this, so there's 2 components of funding that we're using. We're using PEG fund, Public Education and Government Fund. This is a very specific fund that is used for audiovisual technologies only, so to enable audiovisual systems, for example, in the council chambers. That's the sole use for this fund. The Support Services Fund is the internal service fund used by the IT department, the HR department, the insurance department is the internal service fund. So we're kind of breaking out the costs across these 2 funds. And Rhonda was mentioning an impact perspective. So for my department, the impact operationally to implement SB 707 from a staff perspective is actually really de minimis. We're talking about $1,600 a year in overtime cost to my department. All of the costs that I'm going to talk about are really capital expenditures that need to be implemented to be able to use these technologies. So with that being said, I want to mention that's IT's cost. There's going to be a separate, depending upon what you choose to do, a separate potential cost on the clerk's side. So I just want to make sure that we're clear. This is my staff costs related to overtime. So the total cost, if you guys choose to move forward with all of the required items and all the optional items, is $123,000 and some change, of which $100,000 approximately is in PEG funds and $21,000 is in support services funds. So I'm going to kind of go through some of the optional items now, one at a time. So kind of tell you about each item. Do we want to do these items? So the first item is to make the council chambers, this room, available to third-party government organizations that may have SB 707 compliance themselves. MCAG, MID, the California Transportation Commission. We host those third-party entities in this room from time to time. It could be 6 months, it could be a year, it varies dramatically in terms of the other governmental organizations. So currently the technology in place, we don't have a way to facilitate them to be able to have SB 707 compliant meetings. So we would need to expend approximately $17,000 of PEG funds to be able to enable them to do that. With that being said, we do not have a recovery fee currently to recoup those costs. With that being said, we could choose to change the policy if you would like to recoup those costs on those government entities. So this is kind of the first item of the optional items for SB 707. The next one is an asynchronous public comment portal. So what do I mean by that? So this is a a mechanism so citizens can go to the website and they can see the agenda. So this is the mechanism where they can post written comment, kind of like how we would currently do email, but it's going to flow into the agenda system, so it's a little bit more exposed per agenda item, instead of on the website being a separate external link that has the email comments. So it'll be inline written communications. And this would allow people that couldn't make the meeting or has a conflict or maybe doesn't like to do public speaking to do written comment. So this is a $1,900 cost. Video production and streaming systems. So as we're making all of these changes, we have a project coming up next fiscal year to replace the video streaming system. That's a $48,000 expense. It's reaching its end of life. So we'd like to, if we choose to do these other option items, we probably want to do this item to do the projects at the same time. Agenda item display system. So this is a component to allow the remote party and in person to know what agenda item we're currently speaking on. So if we have somebody, we have 50 agenda items and we have a remote participant and they come into the meeting at, what time is it right now? 7 o'clock, let's say. They don't know what agenda item we're on. They don't know when they're going to be able to speak. So this will put an item on the agenda, YouTube stream, Granicus stream, cable TV stream to say, we are currently on agenda item what are we on? J1. So then they'll know, oh, I'm the next up. I'm the next agenda item. So then we'll put them next to the TVs so that people in room will also know what agenda item we're on. So this will facilitate them to know, okay, my item is 3 items from now, so they can know which item is coming up next. The remote public countdown timer. So this is another optional item. So currently when we have a person that remote speaks, they do not see the countdown timer consistently. So the 3-minute clock, for example, for a public comment. So this will make it so it consistently appears for the remote party to know how much time they have left to speak. And then it'll also make the buzzer integrate into the system. So when their time is up, they'll actually hear the buzzer to know that their time is up. And the last one is to enable the sandpipes room, which is the room directly below us, to meet the minimum obligations of SB 707 remote. So if we need to do construction in this room or maintenance in this room, or we have a double booking in this room, that we can facilitate another SB 707 meeting downstairs. Now that meets the bare minimum qualifications. It's not going to be the high quality video that you see, the high quality audio video streams. It's what will allow us to meet the bare requirements, but it will facilitate us having that meeting. So with that, these are the required items and the optional items. So I want to just reiterate the Support Services Fund versus the PEG Fund. The PEG Fund is exclusively used for audiovisual technology and can only be used for that purpose and to install capital related to audiovisual technology. That is the sole use for this fund. And that can cover $87,000 of it. The remaining part of this project would be $21,000, which would come from the unreserved, unencumbered fund balance of Fund 7008 Support Services. With that, I'll kind of stop here and let you ask questions that you maybe have about the optional items and kind of see, do you want all the option items? Do you want options 1, 3, and 5 to kind of seek direction in terms of what you'd like to see in terms of optional items?
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your hard work on this topic. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, for your presentation. 2 questions involving the use of the council chambers for other groups. Why would it be different than if we were sitting here? What makes it different when another group comes in?
So we need to use the technology in the back room that's set up to allow us to stream on our social media feeds. We wouldn't want third-party governmental entities using our technology that could potentially stream on our channels. So it's kind of separating that level of service between that system and a separate system to allow them to stream to their social medias to meet their compliance obligations.
Okay, and I think the amount was around $16,000?
Correct, $16,469.
And that's a one-time cost?
Correct.
Thank you.
Out of all of these, there is only one reoccurring cost. That is the asynchronous public comment portal. That's $1901. That's a prorated cost. The annualized cost is, I believe, $2801.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Jeff, for the presentation. To the council chamber's third-party use, you had stated that we currently don't recoup funds for them using the facilities. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And we would have to change that policy to recoup those funding or those funds used to use the third party. Is that correct?
Right, if we wanted to charge for room reservations, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilor Smith?
Thank you, Jeff. On the same topic, do we have outside government agencies that use our council chambers?
It's been a while. The last one was the California Transportation Commission, probably about 6 months ago. MID, MCAG use it intermittently. I mean, it is infrequent, but it does happen.
Well, MCAG regularly meets at the county. I wasn't aware of that. I mean, to me, this seems like something that's good to know about, but unless we know there's demand for it, I'd be hesitant to spend the cost unless you say it has to be purchased now with everything else.
No, absolutely not.
Okay. And then we're not talking about the policy. I mean, it seems to me we don't need to this shouldn't be a revenue stream, but if we're going to be good neighbors and we can find some help for the 17 grand it's going to cost to outfit it. But I tend to hold that one back on this purchase. What I want to ask about, well, first let me step back. Having lived through this, I think a lot of these ideas are very good ones. I give you credit, I give the clerk's office credit. You know, anything that stages the remote participants so they know what's going on, they're ready and they're available to comment when it's their time, is going to help their participation. It's also going to help us. I mean, I don't know if you guys had the same experience on council during the pandemic, but how many times did the mayor, whoever it was, have to say, caller, are you there? It takes a lot of time. What I don't see is sort of like an operator. I don't know if there's going to be a human or some kind of machine assistant queuing of callers, so to speak, but is there a system in place so that somebody can kind of triage callers, get them situated in a waiting room, and then when the green light's on, they get a nudge to go?
So operationally, we haven't considered that. We've talked about it internally, kind of doing a concierge service for the first 3 or 4 meetings to kind of get people familiar with the system. But the system's going to allow the person to register remotely, say, for example, K2. When that item comes up, they're going to get an email, and the system will outbound call them to connect the call to merge. The clerk will have the ability to merge that call into the room, so then they can start to speak. So there is some technology components that will facilitate that, but it's still, I would say most cities are still kind of clunkily doing that, and that's getting better over time.
Yeah. I mean, I'd encourage you in the clerk's office to think about this. Maybe that's hiring another staff person, but I mean, what happens is it's great that you can queue people who know in advance they want to talk, right? That's a lot of our frequent flyers, right? They're invested in the council and the issues, right? But what happens is on the live feed, you know, Councilmember Smith, I'll pick on myself, says something provocative, and all of a sudden 5 people want to respond to it because all I got to do is pick up their phone. And so that's all coming into the council chambers immediately. They're, you know, it's disheveled. People don't know when it's a time to speak. So I think anything we can do to ease people's on-ramp to participation, the better. And I think it's going to be worth the cost and efficiencies down the road.
We're working on that component now.
Okay. No, I mean, the main of your proposals I support. I tend to support the Sam Pipes room backup, if for no other reason than, as Ms. Lucas explained to us, there seems to be some pretty drastic repercussions if we lose the feed. So it would be nice to not waste a council meeting on everybody's schedule if we can do that. And $6,000 seems like a good use of that funding. So I appreciate all the very hard work that I know multiple people put into this presentation.
Thank you, sir. Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have one from Ashley Marie Suarez.
Okay. Ashley Marie?
Good evening. We are encouraged by the city doing its due diligence on preparing for the implementation of legal requirements of SB 707 by the July 1st deadline. So thank you very much to the staff that worked on this to find the best conference technology to support the public in being civically engaged. It's great to see the city make some effort beyond state requirements including the asynchronous public comment portal, a digital countdown timer, and the tech to support the display of an agenda item council is hearing at the time. We really appreciate the implementation of the asynchronous public comment portal, which residents can submit written comments in advance of the public meetings. It will ensure that residents, regardless of location, they are able to participate in the democratic process and help guide policy and programs that impact their everyday life. Public participation is a crucial component for the council as it makes decisions impacting the entire city. And so one recommendation is to clarify if there's a deadline to submit comments so council can get them beforehand, similar to email, or if these comments will be read by clerk staff during the live meeting. Additionally, we urge the city to provide interpretation services for non-English speakers so that they can also be engaged in the democratic process. Will any additional technology be required to make this feasible, as interpretation services are available here in person? The response to these questions and recommendations would be helpful to know for future meetings. In addition to the SB 707 requirements, like I mentioned earlier, please ensure that the upcoming plan does not decrease the speaking time and that a minimum of 3 minutes per person is allowed, and that any public member has the right to their allotted time without limits to the number of speakers per agenda item. We look forward to seeing the council move forward with these recommendations for the sake of public engagement and urge council to recommend additional suggestions that address my questions. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ash. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, ladies. All right, Ms. O'Hagan.
Good afternoon, council members and city staff. Thank you so much for putting this together and letting us know that we now have multiple ways of participating for the council meetings. I know it's a little hard for folks to make it out of their house and come every night. So this just facilitates that process. And so thank you so much for spending some time to look this over. And I just want to echo a little bit of, what the speaker before me commented on. I was thinking as I was listening to all of this, about interpretation services. I know it can be very challenging for folks who don't speak the language, and then also just to facilitate you understanding callers calling in who speak various different languages. I think that this definitely facilitates the process of more community involvement, but also considering that we had a diverse community and a diverse community that speaks multiple different languages, just to consider that as you move forward. We hope that that makes it into the budget, as we do believe that that will help promote participation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Additional public comments?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for additional questions, discussion, and direction. All right, Mr. Benioff, the video production replacement, the $48,000 cost seems to be, it's obviously more than half of the optional items. You think that's going to have to be done at some point in the near future regardless? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. So traditionally what we do is we take the video production system that we use in Town Hall, and once that's kind of reached closer to its end of life, we use that for the council chambers, we use that for the Town Hall, so we kind of funnel down the technology to make sure we get our longest use out of it. So this equipment at the Town Hall is ready for replacement, so we'll replace it with the one from the council chambers to extend its life.
Okay. All right. Additional questions from council? Okay, discussion. So Jeff, tonight you need us to make decisions on the $89,278 of optional items, if there's any we want or any we don't want.
Correct. And it's as we're doing a supplemental appropriation, this is a 5-vote item.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Jean.
Just with regards to the optional items, can we purchase them at any point in time?
Sure. Certain items have, quote, a deadline, and costs may change. So if you didn't choose not to do them, I may need to come back to ask for authority, but we could certainly come back and do that.
Okay, thank you. And then for one of the speakers' comments with regards to languages, how are we handling that, if you don't mind me asking?
So I'm going to bring up Rhonda, and Rhonda, correct me if I'm wrong. Our requirement for that is to facilitate the ability for the technology for a public person to provide translation services themselves is the requirement, which we facilitate here. We currently do have translation services for the city council, and everything else is optional. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct. So it would be optional what we choose to do from there.
Okay, thank you for now.
Thank you.
With respect to City Council as an eligible legislative body, if a member of the public requests interpretive services prior to our City Council meeting, we have to make reasonable efforts to accommodate those requests, and we have to accommodate them with respect to the SB 707 required language, which is Spanish. As we talked through this, we also assumed the City Council, would like us to also extend that for Hmong, since that's essentially what we're doing now. So that's the only addition to what Jeff said.
Okay, thank you, Ron. Anybody else? All right, initial thoughts on the optional items. All right, I can jump in. Councilmember Smith, go ahead.
Thank you. I would hold back on the retrofitting the back room for third-party use until we know more that people actually want to take us up on it and get a chance to get our reimbursement policy ahead of it. But otherwise, I think these are all prudent moves, and the video production replacement is the priciest one, but it's going to happen anyway. It'll be a reason why our meetings are going to go down.
Yes.
And you're going to laugh, but we just spent $450,000 on an elevator. So, you know, put it in perspective. So I would be in favor of all but the third-party use.
I would.
Councilmember DuPont.
Sorry, Mayor. I would join in that as well. The optional items don't really seem optional to me, other than the council chamber's third-party use, just for the efficiency of meetings. So I'd be in agreement with that. So if that was a motion, if not, I won't force the motion.
I'll make a motion.
All right, we have a motion for all optional items except the council chamber's third-party use of $16,469 expenditure.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Smith, second from Councilmember DuPont. Any additional comment or discussion? All right, seeing no one, call for the question, Jim.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Gonna get some new toys.
All right, agenda item J2, adoption of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, rescinding Resolution 2026-17 and establishing inspection procedures for multi-unit substandard buildings policy.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, City Council, this is an item I brought back. It was before you, I believe, a meeting or two ago where there was discussion that at a particular part of the policy, this is dealing with multi-unit substandard buildings policy, there was a point where we mentioned a reasonable time. Council went on to adopt the policy and asked that staff bring it back for a specific time, which I have done, and added the language not to go further than 30 days after discussion with the police department. We thought that would be a reasonable addition. Additionally, we have, on this topic, we have received correspondence from the Attorney General's office, as well as today we got a letter from Leadership Council, and there's been another proposed supplement. The City Attorney's Office does not have a opinion on these additional comments at this time. Those came subsequent to our discussion on the dais. And that is why this item only has the replacement of a specific time period. And I'll take, questions or concerns at this time.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney Cornwell. Any questions for our City Attorney? Councilor Zhang, looks like you're going to the butt. Councilor Zhang.
Oh, not necessarily a question, but a statement in this case. So I was under the impression when I made the request for this item to be brought back that I was going to, as we typically do with regards to putting items on the agenda, I thought I was going to be the one that was going to make some edits to the resolution and then propose that back to council. And so that's why my version doesn't match the city attorney's version of the document. And so I'm surprised we went this route, but definitely open to discussing the dates here. Again, the one date that is added here with 30 days, my understanding from prior conversation was that there was 2 dates for us to add, and not one. With the second one being with regards to the time frame in which to make corrective actions.
Allow City Attorney Cornwell to offer an explanation if desired. If not, we'll probably questions now. We'll allow for public input before we get into discussion and direction. Anything to add at this time, Brittany?
No, I believe there was a discussion regarding time period for work to start or, for work to initiate. I think there were 2 time periods.
Okay.
But I'm as well open for discussion.
Councilmember Smith.
On the procedural issue, maybe we all have a different memory. So I seconded Fu's request during future agenda item to give the 2 of us a chance to come back with some further thoughts around the 3 time limits or the three time sensitive actions in section D, which is the first one that the city attorney has picked up on, the time within which the code enforcement officer has to give notice of violation of the tenants. Then there's a second one at the bottom about notice to all tenants within the building. And then a third one in D on the last page, which is the time frame to schedule a re-inspection. So I think that Councilmember Zhang is correct in that respect, although I thought we were going to work together on that, but he and I can talk offline. I'm more than happy to do that. So I think that if you want to talk about what the 2 of us had asked for council's support for and I seconded, then the discussion is broader than what's before us today. I would still be open to having the discussion about the agendized change, which I think is the only one that we can fairly make. And then in the future, I want to get your thoughts, Mr. Cornwell, about why we're rescinding the resolution, not just amending it, but maybe in 30 days or something, there's an item agendized for action where we potentially amend the resolution or not, as opposed to rescinding and redrafting. Because I think there is a tendency to maybe go further than just those 3 items that I talked about, which is right now what I think is only fairly at issue.
I'm responding to the rescinding. It's a city attorney preference for historical purposes so that you don't have multiple resolutions controlling, and that you end up having one resolution that is the operative resolution. So any changes to a resolution, the latest change has every information instead of having to pull the history.
I hear you. And I'm not going to substitute my judgment there. I do think that we probably want to amend this ordinance and get it out there and not have to worry about undermining actions that code enforcement might take in the interim. But I'll defer to others on that one. I would be, like I said, I'm happy to talk about the one change that's before us. But I think that Councilmember Zhang is correct that there's a little bit more, although maybe not as much as reflected in his red line, but there's a little bit more that we had opened the door to the last time we talked about this. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I don't know where that leaves us, but.
Jennifer, anything from the public?
We do have 5 request to speak forms.
Okay.
Can we go ahead and call them?
Yeah, call them.
Okay. Can I get Gloria Sandoval, Ashley Marie, Y, Ophelia, and Rocio to the podium, please?
All right, Ms. Sandoval.
Hi again.
Hello.
Gloria Sandoval. I read through both the rescinded copy and the other, and it just doesn't seem to be specific enough. One thing that came to mind was I was doing a wellness visit on a woman who had had cancer, and her steps going up to her apartment were so unstable. I don't know if that would be like an additional thing to maybe add. There's sometimes too, like there could be, issues of flooding from an upstairs and you're getting it on your ceiling. I mean, I don't see that kind of a dangerous situation being addressed. So I really do feel that it's got a little bit more work to be done, possibly well, hopefully some of the people that are present will give more suggestions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. All right, next speaker.
Ashley wanted me to go first because I'm going to try to keep mine quick.
Okay.
If that's all right with council. So yes, this is just to address getting more clearer criteria and standards and definition for health hazards as outlined by the health and safety codes, and using context from the census data as mentioned previously. Some of the census tracts in Merced suffer from some of the worst childhood lead exposure due to renting, and most of them are our BIPOC and working class communities that live in some of these terrible apartments, some of them actually connected to HUD funding. But that's another story. Another big one would be, as mentioned by a couple council members, and highlighting the need for notice for inspection and clearer timelines on that. So when the first inspection is completed, there has to be a notice to the owner as well as the tenant, written notification as to when the inspections were done and what are the issues, and then should reasonably attempt to have the owner and tenants sign it within a week of those violations. And again, and the language as mentioned previously, not to exceed 30 days regarding the timeline, code enforcement, and drafting notices of violations. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, next speaker.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ofelia Álvarez y vengo de la comunidad de aquí de Merced del Norte.
Okay, hi, my name is Ofelia Alvarez, and I come from the, good evening, and I come from the community of Merced, the north side.
No estoy de acuerdo con la póliza.
I am not in agreement with the policy.
La póliza no está clara, no está específica.
The policy is not clear and it's not specific.
Cuando los inspectores regresan para inspeccionar de nuevo.
When the inspectors come back to inspect again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening. Si quiere leerlo todo, lo puede leer, después yo lo puedo leer después de usted.
Mi nombre es Rocío Peña. Soy del norte de Merced.
Actualmente hicieron una póliza donde no está bien especificado el tiempo de revisión de las viviendas.
Okay. Okay, so she's saying, because we had it written here, but we're going to go ahead and go with it. She's saying that her name is Rocio Peña. She's from the community of the north side of Merced. She is not in agreement with the policy that is written y también cómo está revisada and revised.
Yo viví antes en una vivienda por allá por la calle R.
I used to live before in a house, in a housing unit on R Street.
Donde la verdad la vivienda olía mal.
Really, where the housing unit lived, I mean, it smelled really bad.
Los dueños me dijeron que no había presupuesto.
The owners told me that there was no budget
para arreglar esa vivienda.
So they can fix the housing unit.
Me dijeron que si la quería rentar así.
They told me that if I wanted to rent it like that, in those conditions.
Lamentablemente,
sadly,
están rentando viviendas donde probablemente ahí hicieron droga.
So they are renting homes where probably there was drug usage there.
Y a veces huelen muy mal.
And sometimes it smells really bad.
Y así las están rentando.
And just that way, in that condition, they are renting them.
Pues a mí me gustaría
I would like for
que el tiempo de revisión de las viviendas
that the time of the revision or the inspection of the homes
sea de menos tiempo.
For them to be at a shorter
2 semanas.
Timing, like maybe 2 weeks.
Y que pues realmente
and so they can really
a veces que las renten.
Sometimes they don't. Sometimes they rent them
cuando ya las hayan arreglado.
When they have them already fixed.
Porque las están rentando
because
sin arreglarlas.
Renting them without having them fixed.
Entonces hay veces que tiene uno urgencia de vivir porque pues no voy a vivir en la calle.
Because I'm not going to live in the streets.
Pero sí necesitan arreglarlas y que haya una inspección
and that there is an inspection
por menos tiempo.
At a shorter timing, shorter lapse of time frame.
Eso es lo que quería decir.
That's what I wanted to tell you guys.
Gracias.
And thank you. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening again. I come with a couple of community members tonight to comment on this item, the multi-unit building inspection resolution. Thank you to City Attorney Cornwell for listening to a couple of the suggestions that we've had in previous conversations. However, as mentioned in our comment letter that we submitted in February, as well as some of the things that were uplifted in the Attorney General's letter regarding a couple of housing policies, we still believe that this new policy does not address the concerns on adequately addressing habitability complaints from tenants. The new policy does not incorporate community feedback that has been uplifted by tenants for years, not just in recent conversations. This proposed change, although there appears to have been some miscommunication, only proposed 5 words to change, which is not to exceed 30 days. And this is in regards to the time code enforcement has to draft a notice of violation and to share it with the owner and the responsible or appropriate parties. And so, although this now defines a time standard for code enforcement to notify the required tenants, it does continue to fail to comply with AB 548 and truly address residents' concerns. We have been working with residents to identify some changes needed to improve this policy, such as making sure that their criteria for substandard conditions reflects Health and Safety Code standards 17920.3, 17920.10, for it to list out specific factors instead of categories that should be considered for the determination to inspect other units, such as structural integrity, plumbing, and mechanical and electrical systems that serve multiple units, as well as to just give notice to the landlord within 3 to 10 business days for non-emergency violations, and that emergency violations actually trigger immediate on-the-spot notices to the landlord, such as if there's no heat, no water, or roof collapsing. And so we made additional recommendations via the comment letter that we submitted before the 1 p.m. deadline today. So we urge you to please reference the red line version that was attached as attachment A with community feedback. And if there are any questions, I would be more than happy to discuss the letter and the comments that I made this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. All right, anybody else?
Good evening, City Council members. I think Ashley covered it really well, so I just want to reiterate, as currently written, the city's multi-unit building inspection resolution does not meet some of the requirements. It specifically fails to set a standard for the criteria that would be used to determine if the existed substandard conditions and if those substandard conditions could reasonably affect other units. It also fails to specifically identify a reasonable time in which the code enforcement officer must produce notice of the violations, remedies, and the date of the reinspection. Just reiterating, but thank you so much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Blanca. All right, additional comments, Jennifer?
I believe that's it, Mayor.
Okay, bring it back to council for discussion and action. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Seems we have several choices here. We can approve what's in front of us and continue to work on it, or we can continue this item to the future and still continue to work on it. I'm in favor of that option. I would also offer to join Councilmember Zhang and Councilmember Smith in working up another version of it.
All right. Councilor Dupont.
Thank you, Mayor. I would agree, especially since we did receive from Councilmember Zhang a red line version of himself, so which the public has not been able to see at this point. At least I'm assuming so that continuing this to a new date, I think, would be appropriate so the public has an opportunity to look at what Councilmember Zhang has, or what will be now the 3 council members will put out to the public. I do want to put out a disclosure because the Attorney General did provide a letter, and not only did she send it to the council members, which the city council and the council members are clients, so it's a little concerning. But also, Ms. Warner served as the directing attorney for Leadership Council in her previous position. So not only is that what I believe is a conflict of interest, it's hugely concerning coming from the Attorney General's office. And I may be requesting a Public Records Act request based on communications between the Attorney General's office and Leadership Council due to a possible conflict. So thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, so options as Councilmember Harris outlined is 1, to essentially 2-step it, vote tonight, and then work on the changes later, or the other option he suggested, which was his preferred choice, was to just postpone and work on it all together and come back at once. Councilmember Smith.
Let me try to give voice to what I'm hearing here. So under our new council policy C8, I would suggest that we impanel an ad hoc limited time advisory subcommittee of Councilmember Zhang, Councilmember Harris, and myself, along with the city attorney, to study the issue and come back with a suggestion, whatever that might be. And do so within the next, we're in budget season, with 60 days.
Sure. April,
That's my
so that'd
suggestion.
be, okay. 60 days would be, put us right at final budget into June. So we could do that.
You could also do it first meeting in July.
Okay. Is that a motion to do all that and come back first meeting in July?
I'm trying to do the head nod straw poll. I'll make that motion.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? This is We're going to move the item to first meeting in July. In the meantime, Councilmembers Zhang, Harris, and Smith will be an ad hoc subcommittee working on it with City Attorney Cornwell. Councilmember Zhang, your comment, sir.
So my understanding with this being continued, I understand last time there was an urgency to pass this. So I'm assuming that with the continuance of this, the original resolution, as was passed before, is still standing. Is that correct?
Mr. Cornwell.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And sort of just to clarify again, that eliminates the need for the urgency. So that takes care of the need for the urgency, and coming back in first part of July for these limited issues will be a good course.
Yes, and if I could just make a comment.
Yes, sir.
There are terms being thrown around. Strike that, I won't say thrown around. There are terms being projected not in compliance with the law, tenant complaints, and advocacy, and they are, in my opinion, being mixed and put together into one sort of complaint. It is my opinion, and I want to be clear on my opinion, council adopted a resolution that stated a policy for code enforcement consistent with state law. And while that, I believe, has occurred, it is not the only time that this policy is going to be before you. We may want to add to the policy. I'd also want to remind council and the audience that code enforcement has supervisors and department heads, and they are also weighing in on how they do business. And I will parse out between now and when we reconvene this item, the proposals that are referring to the state law with proposals that are advocacy, with proposals that are about tenant complaints and what they would like to see. So that would be in the best interest of my client and the city. And we can also move forward doing the actual work for tenants and get away from wordsmithing. So thank you for that time.
No, thank you, sir. I think certainly involving police department and code enforcement is essential. Making sure that everything works with how they manage their schedules and how they operate. All right. Anybody else? Okay, we have a motion, and correct, we had a second?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion second. Ms. Harris?
Yeah.
Smith Harris? All right, we'll call for absent any additional comments, we'll call for the question. Jennifer?
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember Harris. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, on
Okay,
to
agenda-
J3. Does anybody need a break at this time, or should we keep going? Keep going, break, plow through it. All right, on advice of our city attorney, we're gonna keep going, plow through it.
Okay, agenda item J3, adoption of an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary moratorium on street closure encroachment permits pursuant to California Government Code Section 65858.
Mayor and council, tonight's item is a short-term urgency ordinance to stabilize how the city manages street closures. Recent enforcement efforts of our existing rules has exposed gaps and inconsistencies in the current framework. The proposed 45-day moratorium pauses new approvals while allowing limited safety-based administrative exceptions that give staff time to return with a clear, consistent structure for parades, community events, and other uses of public spaces. So there is a government code, section 65858, that allows for a 45-day moratorium on an urgency basis. So the adoption of this ordinance is effective immediately after the approval vote. It would require 5 votes. And then the code then allows for a extension, if needed, of 10 months and 15 days, which would make a year of this, if necessary, which would allow then for a public hearing, for comment, and we would present reasons for an extension. But this allows for an immediate stop to enforcing the current ordinance, and we also have some antiquated administrative policies that we need to bring up to date. And we can allow for administrative approvals of events in the meantime under the criteria that's listed in the item.
All right, yeah, a number of exceptions that I can see if I can get to them. Administrative approvals under this section shall be limited to applications that meet all of the following criteria. No material adverse impact. The proposed street closure will not impair traffic circulation, emergency vehicle access, or public safety operations, and will not create conditions that would adversely affect the safe and coordinated use of the public right-of-way. Spacing and concentration controls. The proposed closure will not occur within 30 days of another street closure in the same or adjacent area unless the city manager makes a written determination that sufficient spacing exists to avoid an excessive concentration of cumulative impacts. Operational feasibility. The proposed closure can be accommodated within existing city staffing, traffic control capacity, and public safety resources without creating strain on city operations by requiring extraordinary measures or reallocation of critical services. Then we're also requiring a staff review. The closure has been reviewed and approved by the city's planning, police, fire, engineering, and public works divisions, including verification of emergency access and traffic control measures. And finally, that there would be a written determination. Each administrative approval shall include written findings demonstrating compliance with this section and consistency with the public health, safety, and welfare. That is the list of sort of the rules of engagement during this moratorium while staff is working on a amended ordinance. Okay. Is there questions for our city attorney? All right, Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have 2 requests to speak forms from Patricia Pratt and Irvin Mendoza.
Ms. Pratt, Mr. Mendoza?
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Patricia Pratt. I am a resident of Merced and downtown business owner. I do help coordinate different street closures in downtown Merced, and this has been an issue since January. I am in support of changing the ordinance to make it easier and more accessible to community groups that are trying to do wonderful things in Merced. With this new proposed 30 days, I think that that's a step in the right direction. What concerns me is that the exceptions are being determined by city staff and managers, and I don't understand the criteria for that because if currently it's at 60 days and there are no exceptions, which is what we were told for the festival that we're holding, I would like to note that the street was closed on Canal on March 21st, April 18th, and now May 16th. None of those are 30 days apart. And so I would urge council to make sure that there is criteria being followed and that things are being met, because on Saturday, there was an event on Canal Street and public right-of-way was blocked, the sidewalks were blocked, and customers did not have access to businesses. The street was closed at 10 a.m. for an event that started at 6 p.m. Shutting off access to parking for 8 hours for something that isn't happening yet is very, very disruptive to the downtown community. So I would also urge, besides just meeting with organizers of events downtown, that you speak with businesses and see what will help them. Because if an event is happening that blocks off businesses and doesn't allow attendees to also go to these businesses, which is why we love having events downtown, because it brings people to our business, right? But if people cannot access our business who are from the event, people cannot access our businesses from the general public, we're hurting downtown. So I would strictly, just like when you rent Bob Hart Square, if your event starts at 2, you're allowed to set up at 1. So there needs to be something there that that we're not blocking streets all day for something that's happening for a few hours and affecting a small group of people as opposed to the community at large. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mendoza.
Good evening, City Council. I'll try to keep mine short. Patty did a good job explaining everything. I appreciate you guys trying to make this ordinance, trying to amend this ordinance, making it urgent, just because, like I mentioned the last time we were here, ever since we got the title of the Multicultural Art District, it's very important for us to be able to continue to establish that we are very much, trying to create cultural events. And unfortunately, in the past almost 6 months, the ordinance that we've been trying to enforce now has been very much not letting us do that. And this is something very important, not only to downtown, but also to obviously artists and entrepreneurs here. Again, I think we're making a move in the right direction, and hopefully, the rest of this year we're able to execute some of these potential events that we really want to showcase talent here, because Merced is very much on the rise, and I think we all know that Merced is experiencing a very, very I always say a renaissance of arts, but sometimes this has been a little difficult to proceed with stuff like that, and that's pretty much it. I can't wait to hear what the city council and what the city manager and will propose later on, and we appreciate your hard work. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. Jennifer, anything else from the public?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay. Might have.
Oh, looks like we have one more.
Thank you, Council, and thank you for all the arts departments as well and downtown businesses that make Merced what it is. I just have a quick one for notice. It mentions distinctions between parades, community events, and uses of public right-of-way. So would that also instill like the Bob Hart Square into that sort of criteria as well? such as needing to go through all the different staff reviews, police, fire, safety, et cetera, for any events that are happening in Bob Hart Square as well. Just point of clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jeff, anything else?
I believe that's it, Mayor.
Okay. Do you want to answer the Bob Hart Square question? I think you were going to.
Yes, during this moratorium, the city, and I really appreciate the comments that highlight the need to coordinate the various parades, events, and also public space rentals. We need work in that area to make them all easy to understand, up to date, and also in the interest of public safety. So we would be working on all of that, including Bob Hart Square as well. And if I could have one quick comment, I want to acknowledge Councilmember DuPont, who I was, for some reason, talking about California government code, as lawyers sometimes do. And he said, well, why don't you use this for street closures? And I said, that's a very good idea. Why don't I? So that conversation led to the item this evening. Thank you.
All right. Perfect segue to Councilmember DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. As to the Bob Hart Square question, if I could have Director Jensen come up just to ask some questions, clarifying questions, if I could. Is there a difference between Bob Hart Square and, say, if someone wants to use the space of Bob Hart Square and if they want to use the space of Canal Street?
Yeah, thank you, Council Member. Earlier this year, this council adopted a fee schedule set that included Bob Hart Square as a public utility that was available through Parks and Recreation on a reservation or first come, serve first basis. We have similar venues in other open spaces such as Applegate Park, the Moat, and indoor rentable facilities as well, including this in a broader ordinance. Sounds like it's the direction of the city attorney, but earlier this year, there was a designation by this council to include that as a rentable facility that did not include street closure permitting.
Does the street closure ordinance impact the ability to rent out Bob Hart Square?
It does not.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate the answers. So I think we also want to take this time to work on coordinating our efforts between the public and ourselves. And we've spent a lot of money in updating Bob Hart Square and moving some of these events from our public right-of-ways and hopefully utilizing Bob Hart Square. So hopefully that coordination, that discussion will continue in that limited fashion. It's not a free-for-all at this point. So thank you. I appreciate the city attorney taking this on. I think it's an important issue on both sides, both for the business owners and for the community events. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just quicker. Okay. Did you have to jump in or can I do Mike first?
He answered I was going to respond to the question, but he did.
Okay. Yeah. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused about the public access issue. I was there for Saturday's event, and I was able to walk freely down each side of the street that was already blocked off, and the event was in between those barricades. I saw people at Cigar Monkey and people at O'Reilly's who were not part of the event. You had to have a wristband to be part of the event. So I don't know, unless the event people were restricting entry into that area without the wristband, I don't see where the public access was impaired there at all. There was plenty of room.
Okay. Mr. McBride, anything to add, or is that good?
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, Councilmember DuPont kind of answered the question I was going to answer, so I don't think I need to address it. I think that the reality is Bob Hart Square is set up, that system is working. The issue has been the right-of-ways, the other spaces. And so I think there's a reason why the policy wasn't getting followed. We tried following it, and you see what happened. It was not easy to navigate. We had to work with the fine people here that are in the audience to try to get their event on May 23rd, is that right? Or 24th? And we had to try to be very creative about it. And so there's a reason why no one followed the ordinance for a decade. It was just too hard. Didn't work. We also saw what happened when you didn't follow the ordinance. Last year we had nothing but complaints about affecting businesses. We heard it tonight. We got to make sure our business clientele is served. We also have residents downtown now that we didn't have years ago. So it's a difficult situation. So I commend everyone involved in bringing this urgency ordinance forward tonight. I think this is practical. It gives us some relief. Now I can keep working on the proposed updated ordinance to get something that will work for the community, and we go about to engaging the public and the community to operate the way we have been in a way that makes sense. Safety is first and foremost, providing a good opportunity to invite people to the community, into our downtown area. We'll find some good solutions that will kind of balance all the issues.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think as has been mentioned, we have two really important goals that we have to pursue. One, supporting downtown businesses. Two, supporting the community events too that add so much life and vibrancy that are so beloved in our community as well. We have to tailor our ordinance to do both. The city can do a lot. The city has to, I believe, and can do a lot to promote vibrancy, to promote these community events, do it in the right way too, so it doesn't hurt or injure downtown businesses or other interests as well. I think, to Scott's point, the current ordinance is a disaster, and we need to amend it. We're working on it. I know there's community meetings coming up as well. There's been outreach, so hopefully we're in the process of coming up with something better, and looking forward to the result. We have, again, as was mentioned, our city's now one of the 24 California recognized arts and culture districts. Our downtown is, and we need to live up to it. One, and two, I think more and more people are willing to embrace that, and people are willing to do more and more. All of you out there, so many people here who've played a huge part of that. Let's continue to do better and make our downtown better and make our city more vibrant. So with that, I think this is the right course. Thank you to Councilmember DuPont for suggesting it. City Attorney working on it as well. Kind of hit a pause a little bit, get this urgency ordinance done, and then work on something better that's an improvement of the current ordinance. All right, Councilmember Jean.
Just kind of repeating one of the speaker, their point with regards to the 30 days and the review process. Scott, do you mind walking through how the review process could work so it eases the speaker's mind on this? And then just for the rest of council up here, is there any way to reevaluate that 30 days to a shorter date?
So I haven't really put a lot of thought into how the process is going to work for the 30 days, but I mean, in past practice, we will take the application in. We're going to look at the safety needs. We have a lot of departments that weigh in. We need to make sure we've got fire lanes we can get through for apparatus. We got to make sure that we've got safety from vehicular traffic, so we've got some type of a separation. So I mean, if we've got the criteria to kind of effectively manage the event practically so it's not a hazard, I don't see a need to not, to deny it. Does that answer your question, or are you more worried about something else?
I think that works. I think I was also thinking in terms of time periods. Are we at all thinking of if we have multiple events in the same week? Is that something that's going to prevent community from having an event or closing the streets?
I think good.
Well, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, city manager, under this current framework, it's his discretion, but there are a lot of factors to take place, or a lot of factors to consider. The timing of the event, what day and time. If you're talking, Canal Street 8 to 5 during prime business hours where you're going to block parking from other businesses. Parking's it's like sunlight and water to these businesses. They need people to be able to park right there in front. So that's one thing. If it's after hours, impact parking less, it's different. So I think there's a lot of factors that will go into it. All right, anybody else? All right. Additional thoughts, comments, questions, or a motion?
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, motion is second. Additional comment? No. Call for the question, Jen.
I have a motion by Councilmember Smith and a second by Councilmember DuPont. The motion will include the adoption of Ordinance 2590, an urgency ordinance of the City Council of the City of Merced, California, establishing a temporary moratorium on street closures pursuant to California Government Code Section 65858. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously.
All right. J4, Jennifer.
Okay, agenda item J4, consideration of recommendation of the Recreation and Parks Commission to honor the request to name the stage in Bob Hart Square Plaza Merced Rotary Stage.
Dr. Jensen.
Good evening, council, Mr. Mayor, Community of Merced, Chris Jensen, City of Merced Parks and Rec Director. Tonight, we are bringing before you a recommendation by your Recreation and Parks Commission. This has been a long time coming. We had a proposal submitted by Merced Rotary Club in November of this year. We're going to take this opportunity to kind of discuss a little bit about the history of Bob Hart Square and what got us to this point today before we review their application in detail. So a little bit of background, Bob Hart Square renovation was part of a downtown Main Street revitalization project. It was a multi-million-dollar investment to add infrastructure underground and above ground utilities that made this area a downtown anchor for events, as was discussed earlier. There was also an effort underway by the city and its partners to establish downtown and this corridor as an art and cultural district designation. And later on, the Park and Rec facility naming policy was reviewed and a proposal was submitted by the Merced Rotary Club in consideration of naming the Bob Hart Square stage. Earlier this year, we broke ground on this renovation of Bob Hart Square. What you see here was what was projected at that groundbreaking with our community partners. Many of you were in attendance. Thank you very much for the ongoing support from the get-go. This was an ARPA-funded investment in our downtown. It included taking events off of public right-of-way to capitalize on the additional parking investment made downtown, reduce the number of required street closures for downtown events, and to create a community anchor for events and celebrations that are ongoing in this area of the community. The work took a long time. It included the traditional area of Bob Hart Square as well as the Canal cul-de-sac off of 16th Street. And the goal was to add, again, a large enough venue for events to be taken off of Main and into the heart of Bob Hart Square. What you see here is from the stage looking into the traditional area of Bob Hart Square. The plaza is distinctly different than the common area, which is traditionally used. Before the plaza was built, it was a alleyway or a pass-through into a cul-de-sac of canal. What you see here is just a progress photo of the stage. Some of the summer sunsets we can look forward to moving forward with Bob Hart Square implementation. Vegetation and landscaping being added this winter. The installation of a home of a future art component to be center to the stage. The arch designating the namesake Bob Hart Square for the plaza. Another image of the installation of the the final touches on the square, and where we ended up with today. We've had several community events in this location to this point of the year. Last Thursday, we had the formal ribbon cutting, which many of you were able to attend. Thank you very much again for the ongoing support. The sound, Chief Wilson and I were having late lunch before council, and we were talking about the way that the sound carries during performances through this plaza. It's a fantastic event space. We're really happy with the outcome, and we look forward to continuing to be able to create an amenity and a venue that artists and cultural celebrations can capitalize on. A little bit about what it took for the downtown designation. The state of California has made strides in supporting arts and cultural districts over the last several years. These districts from 2026 to 2030 include a total of 24 state recognized districts. That's the goal. Downtown Merced was one of 10 recently designated as a state recognized art and culture district, and Bob Hart Square was one of the many highlights recognized, as well as several of the vendors that I spoke to you about downtown event importance this evening, and we were awarded that designation. So congratulations again to the city and their partners. Earlier this year, as noted, our Recreation and Parks Commission had a proposal submitted to name the stage. That proposal was submitted by the Merced Rotary Club, and their proposal includes renaming the stage or formally naming the stage Merced Rotary Stage. A little bit of history about this club and its significance to the city of Merced. They've been in operation for just over, I believe it's 100 years. 104, specifically in downtown Merced's, focusing on supporting local downtown business and also recreation amenities. Often known as the Downtown Merced Rotary, major supporters of these businesses, they continue to look for opportunities to make a significant investment in downtown spaces focused on arts and entertainment. They have proposed a one-time commitment of funding. I would like to note that the commitment, although appreciated, is not required per policy. Historical contributions in many forms and fashions are what's considered when reviewing proposals. This was just an additional offer by the Rotary. They have committed a commitment of one-time funding and $50,000 towards the plaza and the stage to support additional amenities moving forward. And they've also discussed ongoing supportive funding for city-sponsored performances, such as the Bob Hart Square Downtown Concert Series. Those agreements are not before you today about any additional ongoing commitments, but they have offered that opportunity moving forward. A little bit about your city policy to name recreation facilities. Policy A-20 outlines the process to be used when, W-H-E-N, reviewing proposals for naming such facilities. A review committee has to be formed, made up of our Recreation and Park Commission. On March 3rd, we held a public hearing, and no opposition was presented to the proposed naming of the stage. And your commission recommended moving the nomination forward to City Council as proposed. So up for council consideration tonight is a motion approving the proposed facility naming application submitted by Merced Rotary Club to name the stage in Bob Hart Square Plaza the Merced Rotary Stage, and to accept and appropriate the $50,000 from the Rotary to Parks and Community Service projects to be determined for Bob Hart Square Plaza additions. And that concludes our presentation. In respect to the naming proposal, I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Okay, questions for Director Jensen, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chris, for the presentation. I don't see anything here about signage. What's the plan for that?
The application submitted requested that the city work with current practices, and what we've discussed to this point is plaques indicating the name. So we We usually use 24 by 24 size plaques. Sometimes it's 24 by 36 size plaques. We've also had discussions with the Rotary Club about what was done with MoRo and Modesto Rotary and their outdoor concert plaza outside of the Gallo Arts Center, which would include insignia on either the flat work in front of or on the stage.
And flashing lights?
No flashing lights. At least I don't think that's part of the proposal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Director Jensen. The 50,000 will be going to Parks and Community Services for projects to be determined. Can you give us a little idea of what those projects to be determined could be, including but not limited to? Let me not limit your.
Sure, no, I appreciate that. So as you heard this evening, there's been multiple activities that have already taken place in the plaza. One thing we haven't had the opportunity to do just yet is vet its utility and the capabilities in our hot summer months. So I would recommend that we wait and let Bob Hart be used, this plaza and stage be used for several months, kind of pilot how it's used, best practices, things that we're hearing from vendors and the community that they would like to see added. And we use that input moving forward to dictate how to best use those funds.
Additional questions? Councilor Jean.
Chris, can you remind me how much ARPA funding went to this project?
Mr. Jordan might have a better number, or Mr. McBride. It was a few $1 million. It also included the underground utilities that were required to be replaced that support all those businesses along that Main Street corridor off of Canal. So the plaza itself, I'm not certain off a hand, but I know that several of the ARPA dollars were from the cost of the project were allocated towards underground infrastructure to support the utilities.
Okay, just several millions.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, several, and I think the 1 point, I forget the exact number, 1.3 was the water line underneath, if I'm not mistaken. But that wasn't.
I should have asked the mayor.
But that wasn't I believe that was from another fund, not our.
I think there was, additional dollars. Mr. McBride has some detailed information.
All right. Okay, any additional questions? Jennifer, anything from the public?
We do have one from Barbara Ward.
Ms. Ward, welcome. Thanks for hanging in there with us till after 9 o'clock.
I am the president of Merced Rotary this year, and as always, we are always looking for community projects that stay with Merced and Merced youth, and love this idea with the Arts Council, or with the Arts stage. So we would hope that you would agree with us and work with us in coming up with signage for it.
Okay. Wonderful, thank you. All right, Jennifer, anything else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, back to council for discussion and action.
Motion.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Harris, a second from Councilmember Smith. Pending discussion, Councilmember Jean.
So I'm against this. The reason being is that this took a lot of ARPA money that was meant for folks that were struggling with COVID, with the pandemic, and I'd rather see the stage be renamed in honor of that, talking about the public or something with regards to the pandemic and really having that as part of our history. So yeah, that's how I see this. So thank you.
Okay. Additional comments? All right, call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes with Councilmember Zhang voting no.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Director Jensen. Thank you to the Downtown Rotary for your support and your generosity. It's much, much appreciated. Looking forward to a great project. Thank you, Barbara. Brendan, Mary, thank you all.
Agenda item J5, approval of a First Amendment to the Deposit and Reimbursement Agreement with University Vista Master Plan, LLC, relating to the University Vista annexation, annexation number 22-02, to annex 290 acres of land located at the northwest corner of Bellevue Road and Lake Road to the City of Merced, and approval of a First Amendment to the Professional Services Agreement with Environmental Science Associates.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Again, I come up to the dais and council members leave. I think it's starting to become a little bit of a pattern. ESA sent a request for a deposit and reimbursement agreement, as well as a professional service agreement of $49,706 for the University Vista Master Plan project. So giving you a little bit of a history on this project, back in September 20th, 2021, City Council reviewed a pre-annexation for this project, and then in December 6th of 2021, we were able to get into contract. The initial sum for the project was $855,493. The reason why ESA has submitted for the request to amend the project is because during that time, when they signed the professional service agreement, there was some extra work that was done during that time, which was, I believe, wildfire impacts and cultural. And then there was also a change to the notice of preparation, changing the project description. For instance, the housing went from 4,176 to 5,576, and then they also changed the square footage of 472,957 for their commercial square footage to 1,817,000 square feet. So there was definitely some changes there that needed to be under evaluation. So those analyses required more monies for them to be able to complete the environmental impact report. There was also some stoppage within the project. So when that does occur, the consultants do have to go back, refamiliarize themselves with the project, and continue on moving it forward. So that is the reason for the amendments. Is there any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Richer? Okay. Jennifer, anything from the public?
We don't have anything. Oh, we do actually. We have two request to speak forms. One with no name, and I think this one's actually for J6.
Okay.
Thank you, council members. I just would like to bring up a law that was passed in SB 379. It requires all cities and counties to include a climate adaptation and resilience strategy into their safety plan for general plan. In addition, I would like to oppose any future development on this acquisition due to the fact that that is actually a sensitive habitat and a threatened and endangered species endemic to only Merced. Out of the entire planet, 2/3 of them exist solely in our community. And with the development that even if it is considering the environmental impacts, if it doesn't have truly sustainable and intentional development, it will genocide the fleshy occult grass, the vernal pools, or the vernal pool fairy shrimp, the California tiger salamander, which is an endangered species. And I'll just read a little bit here. So several plant and wildlife species have received protection under the federal, state, and endangered species acts and received special consideration for protection underneath the California Environmental Quality Act. And this occurs within specific areas, specifically in the annexation, and this has to do with the preservation for our California tiger salamanders, the San Joaquin kit fox, the southwestern pond turtle, western spadefoot, western burrowing owl, Swanson hawk, monarch butterfly, valley elder bear longhorn, beetles, vernal pool fairy shrimp, conservancy fairy shrimp, and the vernal pool tadpoles. and like previously mentioned, the hairy occult grass, the San Joaquin Valley occult grass, and the fleshy owl's clover occult grass. All of these are uniquely, like I mentioned, only to Merced. And we realize the agency for doing housing development, land development, but when it's backed by private equity and land developers that aren't actually building intentional and sustainably green communities, it is perpetuating I mentioned genocide because these are endangered species and their only home is Merced. And by developing on these lands very unintentionally and in the hands of the land developers, it will erase them from history. And so I don't know how many people are on this council, you guys have the decision whether to another species enters or is erased from human history. I believe you guys are religious people, and I would say that think about the more than human relatives, our plant relatives, our animal relatives. We're all interconnected, and we all call Mother Earth our home. Thank you.
Thank you. Jennifer, anyone else?
That's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, back to council for discussion and/or additional questions or action.
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, second. Okay, motion from Councilmember DuPont, second from Councilmember Tao. Discussion. Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the question.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Tao. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richey.
Okay, agenda item J6, City of Merced, letter of comment to the draft 2026 business plan and technical supporting document as published by the California High-Speed Rail Authority.
Deputy City Manager Quintero.
Good evening, council members. Tonight we have the opportunity to talk a bit about the 2026 draft business plan produced and published by the High-Speed Rail Authority. What's required is every 2 years, the High-Speed Rail Authority must publish a plan and submit it in to the authority, their board, and then ultimately to the legislature. The business plan was first published on February 28th, and the comment period will officially end on the 29th, which will be next Wednesday. We are hoping to get a letter in early to the High-Speed Rail Authority, so it will be contained in the packet that will ultimately be published. Subsequently, staff, along with assistance from our lobbyists, along from subcommittee, draft a letter of comment from the city to the High-Speed Rail Authority. This gives us an opportunity to focus on the content that is within the business plan, and it also gave us an opportunity to make a comment on the technical supporting document. Much of our discussion has focused what came from the 2025 supplemental project update, which questioned about the location and whether or not Merced was going to be bypassed. We've had several discussions with the High-Speed Rail Authority, with board members themselves, and the question still remains ultimately, where will the station be located? Currently, it's in the downtown area, but based on the technical document that was reviewed, there's description of it ultimately moving to Highway 99 Mission Avenue, adjacent to the Union Pacific Railroad. The letter of comment focuses on these points along here. The station relocation, because obviously with only one line now going to the current station, there won't be the need for the multiple lines since Amtrak won't be relocating there, and it will be several years before we see ACE, Altamont Corridor Express, locating at the station. So they're downsizing the station with the opportunity for it to grow as the demand for ridership increases. Much of what you'll see here, we sent in a letter back in February to the High Speed Rail Authority Board where there were questions on to do some of these changes. It would require updates to Senate Bill 198, which calls for the station to be located in the downtown area along with service from ACE and Amtrak. Also in August 2025, and as was also contained in the business plan, was a suggestion to start using tax increment financing, such as an enhanced infrastructure taxing base to help with some of the improvements that would be required to support a new high-speed rail station. There's also been a high-speed rail suggestion that there be land use control within a half a mile from radius from the station that was proposed. We have sent a letter again in February, and the draft letter contains the city's concern about the state having land use authority, whether it's within the county area, because currently it's outside the city limits, or if it's ultimately annexed, taking that land use control away from local jurisdictions, period. There's suggestion also in the business plan to focus on an encroachment permit process. While we understand the need to move encroachment permits quickly, we just want to make sure that as valuable infrastructure and streets are put in, that our particular right-of-ways are protected by this encroachment process. There's also a call for shared benefit costs, and that looks, for example, at grade separations. It may also be looking at other infrastructure, whether it be related to power generation, broadband, water, sewer, et cetera. We had the opportunity to meet with high-speed rail staff a couple weeks ago and start reviewing utility and cooperation agreements. They will be coming back to do an over-the-shoulder review so we can get a further in-depth understanding of what was actually being proposed. Other factors that we've talked about is we are currently under a grant with High Speed Rail to complete a downtown station area plan. Those plans have been put on hold. We've spent about $268,000 of that grant, and we're hoping that the remainder of that grant will be able to be used on focusing on a downtown vision as should the station ultimately be moved to Mission and Highway 99. We are also we have been working with consultants such as Stantec, ARUP, Foster and Smith on engineering from Merced to Madera, along with focusing on the infrastructure that would be underneath the potential station. We are in the process of doing a general plan amendment comprehensively throughout the entire city. So we would turn to High Speed Rail to assist us to expand that study to the Mission Avenue and Highway 99 site. Again, the site is outside of the area, so between the city and county, we have to weigh the benefits of a potential annexation. We have also indicated in the letter back in February that we would want and reserve the right to explain the type of facilities, infrastructure, and improvements that would be needed should it come in within the city limits and how it would be served, again, if the station moves there. And then, of course, funding and agreements, which we talked about a bit earlier. So what we are asking of council tonight is, A, you have the opportunity to approve the letter of comment to the High Speed Rail Authority, which includes comments on the technical document, authorizing the city manager to submit the letter to the High Speed Rail Authority. You also have an opportunity to revise the letter, and you can assign that to your High Speed Rail subcommittee, and another form of letter could be drafted. Are there any questions of council?
Questions for our Deputy City Manager? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer, anything from the public?
I do have a request to speak form from Alex Carrillo.
Okay. Welcome, Alex.
Good evening. I'm Alex Carrillo, a constituent of Merced City Council District 5. In addition to the letter the council is adopting this evening, tonight I'm coming up to the podium to make sure Merced gets its share of the billions being invested in this infrastructure project. If you love Merced as much as you say you do, then we must invest in the future generations of our community. I asked the City Council to join the Merced County Association of Governments in opposing Senate Bill 1411, which allows the High-Speed Rail Authority to invest in other parts of the state instead of prioritizing a downtown Merced to Bakersfield line. This is another example of how Sacramento and Los Angeles politicians continue to divert funds from the Central Valley for those urban communities. Note that SB 1411 is set to be heard this Wednesday, April 22nd, in the Senate Environmental Quality Committee. The changes being proposed by moving the station out of downtown and passing SB 1411 will have detrimental impacts to our community. Cumulatively, the relocation of downgrading of the station will result in fewer visitors and less revenue for local downtown businesses, fewer amenities and accessible to residents in downtown and South Merced, loss of sale and property tax revenue to the city, longer travel times for local residents to travel to Madera to connect to other transit lines, and less work and wages for local workforce. On the screen, you actually see an image that I think many of us who have been in conversation with the authority and at different meetings, what was being proposed. In the plans, I actually took the time to review them as well. They're proposing something like this. This is an image of Denair Turlock. It's actually, what's being proposed is a lot smaller than this, by 100 feet. And so this, I would like to also note that the supporting concept letter that you all had adopted has given rise to the assumption used in this business plan. The business plan clearly identifies the winners and losers of the proposed changes to high-speed rail system. Central Valley station hubs in Merced, in particular, will lose a great deal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alex, for your comments. All right. Blanca?
Good evening, council members. As I was listening to the update on the high-speed rail, I was a little confused as to why we would move this away from downtown. And so I want to make sure that I insert my comment in there and also state what the speaker prior to me had mentioned is I don't think that this is actually doing a favor to Merced by doing more urban sprawl and spreading a place that should, or I guess the functionality of this high-speed rail, which should be downtown. It would attract more people. It would create more investment, therefore investing more in our own local downtown areas and businesses. Yeah, just wanted to make sure that I let that be known. We should try everything we can to keep this downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca. Next speaker. Hey, Rick.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Simply put, I don't think we even need high-speed rail. This project is being pushed by the state, local developers, investors, and realtors who will all profit from it. And this project really is mainly going to help CalPERS create funds for their astronomical retirement funds and nothing else. I want to know if a study has been done to where we can help the existing Amtrak station be better prepared for people, or we could help it, such things as lighting and access for physically disabled people to get around it. I want to know is, do we really have that many people coming from Bakersfield to Merced? Because if not, all those businesses out there aren't going to prosper because there's going to be not that many people coming. We already have a train. Maybe if we invest in that a little bit more, It'll be better, and it'll help the downtown association. We're going to help to start another area of concern before we've helped to better the area we already have, all right? One of the problems with high-speed rail is it's so far over budget, we don't even know where the billions are being spent. We have no idea how much of it has been misallocated, missing, or simply stolen. Sacramento and our governor have written a bill or resolution, I'm not sure which, that may have already been passed, that censors citizens from getting answers to where the money went, thus providing themselves with an ability to act without impunity, essentially a license to steal from taxpayers such as you and I. I know we have a new person here, a new spokeswoman who's going to be for high-speed rail. I'd like to know if she knows where the money went. And are we going to be ripe with future fraud? Okay, I know people that might want to laugh about that, but we don't need the high-speed rail. We need to invest in Amtrak and what we already have. We have our own problems, such as we need drinking water south of 99 on Martin Luther King. Have we even put in the sidewalk yet by Golden Valley High School? We have a lot of concerns, and maybe if we circle around what we already have and put our energy into that, instead of going into this new high-speed rail that may not even take effect one day because we don't know about the funding. Let's worry about us before we worry about high-speed rail. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your comment. All right, Jennifer, anything else?
I believe that's all we have, Mayor.
Okay, bring Deputy City Manager back to council for additional discussion and/or action. Before us tonight is a relatively narrow action. It's just whether or not to approve the letter to be sent to the High-Speed Rail Authority. Councilor DuPont.
A couple things. I kind of like to hear from our subcommittee first to kind of set the stage. I think there's a lot of information in this letter that I'd like to comment on, but like to hear from the subcommittee first.
All right, Councilor Smith, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. You guys want to go ahead or want me to? Councilor Smith.
So thank you, Councilmember DuPont. Thank you, Deputy City Manager Quintero. Let me know if I don't touch on an issue you want me to raise. I think Deputy City Manager did a good job of kind of laying the framework for it. You know, this letter was authored by basically all of us. Initial draft by our consulting firm at CPPG. I'm sure Frank weighed in. I provided some language. I think others provided some language. So this is a group effort. What I would point out, a couple of things. You know, one, we've not had better communication with the authority. On the other hand, things are still being disclosed to us, and first through public channels, not to us directly. So some of that is reflected in the comment letter. I'll point out a couple of things that I had picked up on. It's not so much the draft business plan, but its technical appendix that has the most interesting information. I would say that that appendix had the most succinct identification of Mission Avenue as the new Merced Station location. There was some additional detail around that had been discussed in meetings but was not divulged to us as being part of the plan. You know, things like energy farms around the station. And so, number one, I think we do need to kind of spot the issues. As an attorney, you appreciate that. But I think the depth of treatment is appropriate. This is sort of setting out a list of talking points. There's also the tone, and maybe the council wants to talk more about that. So I don't want the letter to be coming across as unprofessional or strident or ungrateful or uncooperative, but at the same time, at the time the group is drafting this letter, some of these details, like I said, we only saw in the technical appendix. And so it is very true that authority staff have reached out to us and started an open line of communication. I think the reality is that what's happening on the other side is happening so fast that I'm going to say that's why I think that this is happening, that information is first hitting the press and not us. But the reality is that we don't know to pick up the phone and ask the questions if we don't know what we're supposed to be asking. So part of it is wanting to make sure that Merced is first and foremost in this discussion. As far as I'm aware, we're the only regional partner who's issuing a letter of comment, although I could be wrong. But also, it's important to note that, the meetings we keep having with members of the legislature, the governor's office, and others, it's pretty clear to me that we're on our own. Everybody has looked to us and said, well, what do you want? And I think as a committee, we want to know what the proposal is so we can not only come to our own judgment, have a conversation with you and with the community. So this letter is both pointing out the talking points, trying to establish the tone that we need to make. We need to be respectful partners who are communicating, but also letting the community know that we're not just backing down. But this is going to be a process. So I probably spoke more than I really meant to when I first started talking, but I think those are the three big issue areas. Anything else, Mayor Serrato or Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
Mayor Pro Tem Boyle?
Thank you. No, Councilmember Smith, I think you said a lot of what my thoughts are. The communication, I think, for us has been first and foremost the most important, because we can't make decisions unless we know what's going on from them. Even tonight, finding out from my colleagues that some of the authority staff contacted them last week and over the weekend, I have not heard one thing from them. So it's just across the board not fair, even to our staff. They're just, I know it's in the letter, but I think first and foremost, a lot of times we don't know how to proceed without that open communication from their side. But this item on our agenda is for us to send a letter. I think this justifies as something that will go on record for us, and I think it's appropriate for us to send it.
Yeah, similarly, I think we've had a lot of communication with the High Speed Rail Authority, both members of the authority and the board, no doubt about that. I think, in many ways they've made tremendous efforts to be accessible to us, to communicate with us. We've had probably a dozen meetings. I can't tell you how many meetings. We have a lot of meetings, but there's a lot of information. Things are moving fast. They're trying, to an extent, to their credit, they're trying to move fast. I think the letter, to an extent, is a product of us kind of finding out some things, and maybe some things we maybe misinterpreted a little bit or misread a little bit in the technical document, feeling that there was a lot of things that were kind of decided, but they were kind of buried down in the document. So, but again, there's a lot of details there, a lot of technical details which still need to be ironed out. Again, the big decision for us is going to be, to what extent we weigh in on the station, and whether or not we endorse the idea of having, we've discussed it before. I think we've all made our positions pretty clear, relatively clear, as to where we prefer to have the station. But again, there's a lot of, there's a lot there. There's a lot of technical details. Things are moving fast. Again, I think it would be dishonest to say we have not had a lot of communication with the authority, but still there's a lot more there. It's just a big topic with a lot of information and a lot of other things as well too. So all of us need to keep doing a better job. Us and obviously we expect and need a lot from the authority, because this project is so big for Merced, and it's so important to Merced that any little thing that the authority does affects the future of Merced. So I think it's incumbent upon the authority to realize that when they make decisions, it has reverberations down the line for us that it really can affect our future. So the good open line of communication is important. I think it's there, but we all need to do better. And I think obviously echo the comments of my colleagues as well. Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with the intent of the letter. My issue is with the tone of it. I think it needs to be reworked. You can see the frustration in it. And I see the frustration as a responsibility that we have without a decision-making power. We don't have that control. And that should be natural for anybody who's married. It's a daily event for us.
Good.
But I would like to see the letter just held back and have the subcommittee work on the tone just a little bit.
Okay. Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. I struggle. I struggle because I feel like I'm saying the same thing over and over when we're talking about high-speed rail. Last time we had this discussion, I said, I don't trust high-speed rail one bit. And it rings true because actions speak louder than words to me. When we were having these high-speed rail discussions, Mr. Whippy was here and I was asking questions about station location, about what the station will look like, about community involvement, about taxes and property taxes and local control of permitting. And all the answers were, we don't really have any plans. It's not going to be a platform. We're not trying to take taxes away from you. On and on and on of pure lies. I think the tone of the letter is accurate for what we're dealing with. Our letter on February 2nd said, I'm writing to express the city's support in a collaborative review of the concept of moving the Merced high-speed rail station to Southeast Merced. Now, to me, collaboration means we're going to talk about what this means to moving to Southeast Merced because we haven't made that determination yet. But here we are with a technical document that's telling us basically we're moving the project to Southeast Merced. It's going to be along East Mission Avenue. 1. 2, page 51 of the technical document provides a somewhat expanded summary of the revised Merced station, indicating a new Southeast Merced station location and a significantly simplified design consisting of an at-grade station with a single-side platform with a small support building. I mean, we just had this conversation in February. So either they're moving very fast, which I commend them, or they already had a project design in mind. Now let's continue. Talk about taxes. They want to do the EIFDs. Our letter states this approach would effectively divert future property tax revenue growth away from the city. Moreover, the proposal represents a shift in local control. Third, the authority envisions that local agencies will jointly invest in certain infrastructure improvements made necessary by the high-speed rail project. What does that mean? That means our citizens will be paying for this project. Not the billions of dollars that we've already spent, but they're requesting us to be a part of the solution to the mismanagement of their funding. I, for one, represent the city of Merced, and I cannot put that burden on my residents. And lastly, they said that they would have public comments and a public review and ability for the public to provide input in this project. This is not it. This is not public input. This is, we are going to do what we want to do, and it's the same old from Sacramento. And I haven't really heard any discussion on, we have discussed the SB 198 issue, which if they want to move to Southeast Merced is going to have to happen, which means it's going to have to be in a trailer bill because the ability to provide legislative bills has already passed. But we haven't had that conversation, and May Revise is coming quickly. These are the issues that I'm talking about when we talk about tone of the letter. We need to protect our city. We need to ensure that our comments are being heard and that it's a true collaborative review and not the High-Speed Rail Authority just continuing to tell us what they want to do with the project and having no public input.
All right, additional comments? All right. Councilor Zhang, look out of the corner of my eye, I see you thinking about it. Go.
I'm in support of the letter, support of the tone. I think it's, well, let's say it this way. Last time we spoke about this topic, I wanted to see community input. Right? I wanted to see a town hall letting community know that, hey, we're redesigning the whole station, we're moving it here, and none of that happened. Right? I think it's important that we actually engage community. Last time, UC Merced talked about a survey, right? About where community actually wants this station, that they actually do want community engagement, that they want to be part of this process. Again, none of that was taken into account. And so I think this letter is appropriate in expressing not just our concerns and frustration, but the community as well. And so I'm supportive of it.
All right, additional comments? Councilor Tao.
Yeah, so I know a lot of Merced people. I'm sure everybody wants high-speed rail in Merced. But as of now, I'm sure that a lot of residents in Merced here, including a lot of council here, are pretty unclear of the future or the direction of high-speed rail. But other than that, then, I do want to thank the subcommittees, Deputy City Manager and City Manager for all the hard work you guys put in this letter. I reviewed it, and I think it's a good first step for us to really, submit this letter and this comment to have some feedback back, because we do want to have a clear idea of what high-speed rail really, how they're going to build a station here in Merced, so we can make a clear decision on it too. So I do support this letter. So.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. So we have, at this point, it appears to be the authority, I think to their credits, looking to move fast. I think, to us too, it's a difficult thing because, there's a lot of uncertainty in particular surrounding the station location. The authority right now plans to issue a bid or request for bid for the Madera to Merced leg, which hopefully they'll award by the end of the year. So that'll be a big milestone potentially if that can get awarded. The construction package doesn't include a station, but it goes to the Mission and 99 location. So, and then, obviously this council at some point, I think there's going to have to be a process, but we'll, if we so inclined, we'll have to, weigh in on where we prefer the station location to be. But I think that's certainly a decision for another time. So I support the letter as well. I think, it's obviously it's been released already. Let's get the letter out. Let's continue good communication with the authority, and let's keep working on this project, because I think, Councilmember Tao stated it, Merced wants high-speed rail. It's just, that's the thing. I think everybody has differing opinions, but the majority of people here want that project, and I think it's going to be a huge benefit to Merced no matter what. So let's keep that in mind, keep working on it, support the authority in their efforts to deliver the project faster, and then fight for what's best for our community in terms of station location and other decisions as well. All right, additional comments or a motion?
Move to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember DuPont and a second by Councilmember Tao. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, the motion passes with Councilmember Harris abstaining.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, we got a request for a 5-minute break from our city manager. We'll come back, it's almost 10, we'll come back at 10:05.
Is there anything worth getting off?
That's it? I talked, the light wasn't on.
All right, 30 seconds, 30 seconds. Bring the meeting back to order. Take up agenda item J7, goals and priorities.
Okay, agenda item J7, approval of the City Council fiscal year 26-27 goals and priorities, including the following strategic priority areas: public safety, quality of life, infrastructure and transportation, economic development, parks and community services, fiscal sustainability, and governance and engagement.
Mr. McBride.
Mayor, thank you. We're going to be pretty brief. I know it's getting late this evening. First of all, I wanted to thank Jennifer and all the staff for their hard work to get us where we are tonight, but also wanted to thank the council for your support. I know we had a pretty ambitious schedule when we went through this. I know January was a lot of work for everybody, the community as well. We had a lot of good community outreach, good community meetings to help us prepare for this. I would just say that I think we had a very productive meeting when we did our goals and priority setting. And I believe it's reflective of what you see here tonight. I think what you see tonight is different from what you saw last year. And so keep in mind, we're open to changing whatever works for you, for the council, right? These are things that we want you to understand, reflect what the priorities are, how we're going to be planning our work and our budget going forward. What we prioritize every meeting, every month, they're going to change. But these are high arching issues that we're going to be working on throughout the year. And I would just say this as well. I know that I saw a comment come in today on one of the letters. We also feel that issues are still cumulative, right? We're not going to abandon things we've been working on. So quiet zones doesn't go away, or Bear Creek doesn't go away. Issues that we've got funding for, we still have funding for, we still want to complete them. And I think that reflects true of some of the comments we heard from the council, that we didn't want to abandon things that are already priorities. We just wanted to make sure that we address new things that come up. And I think you tried to reflect that by not trying to add too much new work product for us, right? So one thing you don't see here this year is a lot of projects, but if you wanted us to add that, we're more than happy to do that. We can add this as an addendum or something else to come back through it. So I'm going to walk through it pretty quickly. Jennifer said 5 minutes. I could probably do it in 4, and kind of visually look at it, get your feedback, and we'll take comments and go from there.
Can you tell us when to start the stopwatch?
Okay. Well, we got 3 minutes right here. You want to put 4 up? All right. Yeah, we're serious here. All right. Do I have 3 or do I have 4?
Jennifer is your
Let's do 4. Okay, we got 4 minutes. All right. So the first slide here, this is your cover, your goals and priorities. And down here at the bottom are kind of your strategic priority areas. You see 6 of them there, and those are reflected on the slides that are upcoming for you. So the first one is obviously public safety and quality of life. And so we tried to put some focus areas. We know that providing for your fire station, working through facilities for fire, also maintaining your current service levels are very important. And so one thing that we are adding this year, which I think came about through somebody's goals and priorities when you provided your information back to us, was looking at performance measures. And we really liked that idea, so we tried to add that in. So I think you see that reflective of what we put together for you. Also did a little bit different too. We also added some objectives. So we tried to think of some things that we thought we could measure. All right. Next one, infrastructure and transportation. So again, we tried to at the top here, you kind of see departments that would be involved. We've got some ideas here about things that were touchstones for critical items, and then objectives to your left, and some measures again on your right. That little detail you see there is actually the keypad for the zipper. And just so you know, the mayor has not been checked out on it. He cannot operate the zipper, and we will not let him use it at this point. Couple things, though. We all know that roads, pedestrian safety are critical importance. New thing that came up a lot this year, and I talked with several of the council members, was drainage systems. It's actually interesting. We do not have a master drainage system for the city of Merced. I know Juan's wrong, so he can't correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that to be the case. One thing I'll just add to this too is, we have been working on ATP plan community-wide to get feedback. I think that ties back directly into pedestrian safety. Okay, this has got a lot going on one page. Housing and economic development, obviously a lot of critical issues in this area. And so we just continue our investment in affordable housing as we have for many years. I'll also talk about downtown revitalization. What's downtown going to look like now that we've completed the one-way? What are we going to focus on going forward? And so I think there's a lot of interest in kind of working closer with workforce development. We had a great partner here earlier tonight. Mr. Serrato was here this evening, no relation mayor. And so I think there's partners in the community that we can work with and maybe work on some new strategies to try to take the next step. I would just point out too, if you look there on the performance measures, events, we talked a lot about maybe creating some new events. So you took a little step tonight in giving us some relief on some arcane ordinances we got to work around. Parks and community services, a lot of really good work going on in this area. One thing that came up throughout though was talking about safety, lighting, responding to needs in parks and facilities. Conditions are very important. We're obviously working on CP42, Applegate Zoo. There's gonna be a lot of good investment coming up in this very, very soon. Fiscal sustainability, we're budget season. We've done a lot of really good work this year. We have a lot coming up. We could talk about this for hours. This is a really abbreviated slide, but I know Venus loves to talk about 5-year forecasts, all the good things we are doing. But think about just some of the things we've taken initiative on, the new CFD, business license updates, development services fees. There's things that are working on, some one-time funding things, property transactions, for example. Last slide. All right.
Smooth.
4 minutes.
Smooth. Well played, sir.
So Mayor, Council, again, these are here perhaps to tee it up, to think about if you'd like for us to make some changes, if you'd like for us to perhaps add some project slides to it. You really gave us a lot of really good feedback when we started out this year's session. The fact that we walked out at like 11:20 was impressive. I mean, we've been going into the early afternoon. So I commend you for the good work, which I think made our job a little bit easier. I think you've also got the trust of your staff. I think you see that we're doing the work you want us to get done. We can talk about what priority we should be working on at any one time. I'd like to see us maybe come back more frequently with some feedback, come back to get you kind of understanding where we are on some things. I know Daryl and I are working on, we want to talk about roads coming up. I think that roads has kind of been a significant issue, and it's really about funding, right? It's not about the will or the commitment. We want to do better for the roads. We want to make them better. We want to make them safer. It's the same issue we always have is about the resources, right? So how do we kind of spend our resources in the way that gets maximum impact? And so let's talk about the next wave of projects. We've got some that are coming out for bid soon, but what's the next ones beyond that? And let's talk about some guidance. I know that this summer we're going to kind of reboot the subcommittee work, and that'll kind of get us back to where we were before. But I think we probably can't wait on roads. I think we've got to get moving on it. We got some exciting things happening in the fall with like McKee. But I think it's a valuable conversation to have, I think, with the whole council and kind of talk about that next step. So it's 10 o'clock. I'm here to listen.
All right, questions? Anything for the public?
I do have two. Let me go ahead and call them.
Ashley and no name.
Yes,
Okay.
you are correct.
The only two left.
Good evening, Council. As the city moves forward with developing actions to support housing and community development, we urge the city to consider facilitating the development of affordable housing alongside market rate housing with inclusionary zone policy to promote truly integrated communities and address the legacies of segregation. The city's current regional housing needs allocation unit production plan is a step in the right direction. However, the in lieu fees does not generate enough funds to further assist the development of affordable housing in areas with high resources and that lack diversity of race, income, and wealth. We urge the council to reconsider increasing the percentage of affordable housing units per development in this unit production plan, to also increase the fees because they're different fees established by different areas within the city of Merced, and to also expand the policy's applicability so that it doesn't just apply to annexations, but it also includes infill development as well as expansions. 2, on a similar note, residents of South Merced have urged council to prioritize policies that will facilitate a grocery store in the southwest area of Merced for years, especially with the surge of pre-annexations and council's general support for other annexations in South Merced. We're urging council to do outreach to grocery developers and develop zoning requirements that will facilitate the development of a full-service grocery store to increase access to affordable and fresh food in South Merced. Lastly, additionally, as the city moves forward with the proposed repeat housing code violator program, we urge council to consider establishing a special revenue fund that collects the penalties for unresolved violations and use that money to support the advancement of tenant relocation assistance in the event that an owner does not pay or chooses not to pay. And then the city can then pursue collection or pursue recouping those funds however they wish. But the goal is to address the displacement tenants may face if their unit is issued a notice to vacate for habitability issues and the owner chooses not to pay or doesn't have the funds to pay at the time. And this is particularly going to be affecting folks that live in these multi-unit buildings or apartments, right? And so as a recap, improving RHNA production plan, facilitating grocery stores in Southwest Merced, and establishing an advanced tenant protection assistance fund mechanism through fees that will already be collected. So I'm looking forward to facilitating further conversations about these issues between you all, decision makers and residents. And so I welcome any further communications or discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, City Council members. I'm just going to read off SB 1000, passed in 2016. Cities and counties are required to address environmental justice in their general plan through an environmental justice element or through their goals, policies, objectives, integrated in other elements. And so environmental justice, for those that do not know, according to the California EPA, also has to do with poverty, housing accessibility, contaminants to a particular area. You've heard about the childhood lead exposure to a lot of our working class and black and brown communities of Southside Merced. I'm going to list a bunch of stuff, but at the core of what you need to do and what we're asking to add on to this could be as simple as adding a word: equitable financial sustainability, equitable governance and engagement, sustainable or sustainability, environmental sustainability under quality of life. And so that you've heard about water quality issues. You should be able to invest particularly into sustainable architecture, where are the very, very diverse amount of funds and grants available to cities and counties that invest in housing cooperatives, community land trusts, and native land trusts. So you don't have to be bought by private equity. This is Yoku't, Wachumni, and the Chumash land. We need to invest in free third spaces on the south side of Merced. You brought how there's crime increase, murders, gang rates. This isn't existing in a vacuum. This is connected to lack of environmental, economic, and job creation and equitable opportunities for people and the youth of Southside Merced. You mentioned about addressing the lighting and infrastructure on the sidewalk. South Merced particularly needs to be centered because there are areas that still have to deal with this high level of crime and without lampposts. So that doesn't really make sense. There needs to be investment, not just in industrializing the south side of Merced and shoving all of the pollutants and cancer-causing chemicals to the people of the south side of Merced and the working class communities, contributing to environmental racism and environmental classism. You need to invest truly not in these huge corporations, but in small, local entrepreneurs and local businesses, because those are the people that create local businesses here in Merced, and they stay in Merced. When these big corporations are attracted to the industrial zonings, they use us up, they pollute our town, they poison our people, and then they leave out of here when it's no longer profitable. We need more student and community civic engagement opportunities on the south side as well that has language equitability and language justice and working class time and accessibility. So I go back to the Brown Act that got passed earlier. Yeah, we also need native and plant animal sanctuaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Anybody else, Jennifer?
That is all, Mayor.
All right, back to council for discussion and or additional questions, discussion, or a motion. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager McBride, for the presentation. Personally, I thought this year went much better than the year before. I like the format. I'd like to keep that format. And I'll end with a motion.
Okay. All right. Councilor Smith.
First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for leading the team to distill a lot of information. And I agree with Councilmember Harris. You know, it's funny, he and I had a disagreement about the format, but I agree it actually went a lot better, and I appreciate the discussion to find the path forward. You know, I know that this is going to be some kind of a guide stone for the budget process.
Yeah.
You know, others may have similar views about different things. I still see some things that made it to goals and priorities that didn't really have 4 votes or a consensus, at least in my memory of our meeting. I don't want to go through the list, just, you know, kind of reserve my right to push back as we get to budget. But there's a lot of really good stuff in here, and I like your lens that we want to finish the food on our plate, even as we put some new stuff on. So sure. Good job to everybody on the team.
Thank you, Councilor Smith. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Scott, for putting this all together. And also, I want to agree with my colleagues. The format this year, I think it just streamlined it. I think for some of us, it might have been the first time, second time. I don't know how many times you've done this, Mayor Serrato, but I think we also have the perspective that there are a lot of projects from previous years that are still ongoing. And so we're mindful of that, but work's never done. And I think we might not have a lot of quote unquote projects, but there's still a lot of work to do. And just that was it. Oh, and Scott, thank you for bringing up the quiet zones, because that was on my notes to talk about, and it is not forgotten. And it is part of District 5 as well.
Councilor DuPont.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Scott, for and staff for the great work that you have done on this. One thing that I will say in kind of the public safety and quality of life is objective-wise would kind of be the code enforcement piece. I think it's highlighted in key focus areas, but I think as the town halls and a lot of communication through strategic planning, something objective-wise focused around code enforcement going into budget would be appreciated. It's not my necessary request for the motion, but something to put the forefront of our mind going into budget. I appreciate the good work. I appreciate bringing up the quiet zones. I know Mayor Pro Tem brings that up often, so it is not forgotten. The project list that you did bring up at the beginning, I think that's a good way to inform the public on projects that we are working on and what phase of the project we are in, because it just provides more information and the potentiality of what projects are on the horizon and I think that's a good tool for us to use, not only in our discussions with the public, but also as a guiding document over the years. So thank you. Appreciate the hard work.
Anybody else? Councilman Harris, did you make a motion? Did I catch? Okay. So there's a motion to approve as is. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Additional comments, discussion? Okay, seeing none, Jennifer will call for the question.
We have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Smith. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. Okay, and the motion passes unanimously. Okay, agenda item L, business. L1, request to add item to future agenda.
All right, on my right, Mayor Pro Tem Boyle, anything for a future agenda?
Not this evening.
Okay. Councilor Dupont?
Sorry, nothing tonight.
Councilor Jean?
Nothing.
Councilor Harris?
Nothing tonight.
Councilor Smith?
Nothing, thank you.
Councilor Tao?
Nothing.
All right. I had one thing, if somebody will give me a second on this, come back. There's been, obviously a big concern around town about some of the bicycle riding and some of the public safety hazards that presents. I know police has spent a lot of time dealing with that issue. Some cities have passed ordinances, I think Ceres, Manteca in particular, other cities as well, to try to better address this. I would just like to explore some of that. Probably come back maybe after budget in July or something. So if anybody else be willing to either work with me on that, that'd be great, or else if anybody would be willing to support it.
Mayor,
Yeah.
You go ahead.
would that include e-bikes as well?
Yeah.
At least any type of bicycles? I'll second that.
Okay. All right, so we'll come back. Probably we can, we'll come back is probably in July or something, maybe sooner if we can. And then, the request at that point will be to work with the police department, look at what other cities have done, both on bikes and the ride outs and people blocking traffic, and then also e-bikes. So I know the state has some pending legislation on that as well too. I'm not sure what exactly it's going to be. Sir?
What about scooters? Okay.
Throw it all in?
So micromobility.
Yeah, okay. And we could all work on it too together and stuff. Really. Yeah, you just signed up for some work. All right. All right, so we'll come back. We'll discuss and we'll come back at some point.
Agenda item L2, city council comments.
All right, comments starting on my left, Councilmember Tao.
No comment.
Councilmember Smith.
I'd like to raise up a conversation I had last Thursday evening with our youth council. I think Councilmember Dupont has spoke with them recently, others might have. There's sort of an innovation of the mid-2010s that seems to have gotten away from its mission. I got to tell you, I sat down at Sam Pipe's room with a pretty exceptional group of young people who are student leaders at their respective high schools. I think that they could get more out of the program, but that the youth council is it's now a solution and looking for a problem. I mean, I'd like to, after we get past budget, I intentionally let agenda item go, but I think it's time to really talk about formalizing this internship program and the opportunities that we can give for youth at different ages, all of us. I can tell you the youth council was very excited by the concept of working with some of us directly and being more involved. And I think it would take a burden off of Parks and Rec to try to figure out some things for them to do and give the students involved a more meaningful, enriching opportunity. So I would, put that a bug in her ear. We got some really good kids who want to learn from us, and I think we need to find a better way to make that happen.
Councilmember Harris. The last 2 weeks.
Two great events. The Bob Hart Square ribbon cutting, I think was great, even though the cold weather might have kept some people away. The entertainment was good. People were buying food all over from downtown, bringing it to the square. Lot of great potential there. And the Burgers and Brew. Saw a lot of people that I've never seen before, a lot of younger people there. I know everybody's younger, right? The food was excellent. And it was very well organized. It's a good year for that, so sorry you all missed out. I looked for you. I kept looking for some tall guy and never showed up.
He was looking for a tall guy. Councilor Jean. Councilor Dupont.
I also was at Burgers and Brews, great event for downtown. I was there a little bit later, had an eventful Saturday. Also want to highlight Hilton Garden Inn grand opening on Wednesday at 3 p.m. I also want to say a early happy birthday to my wife. Won't say her age because that'll get me in trouble. But happy birthday to her. Doing a lot of good things for our family during this time, and I appreciate everything she does. So happy birthday to her.
Thanks, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Boyle.
Nothing tonight.
Real quick, Chief Wilson, I want to thank you and everybody at the fire department. I had a 6-year-old, or mother of a 6-year-old girl reach out to me. She said her daughter wanted to be a firefighter. Sorry, guys. She said maybe a police officer too, but firefighter is number one. So the chief and everybody, they were gracious enough to have her come to the station and really showed her around and gave her the time of her life. She was extremely excited, and you guys made her day. So thank you guys for all your work there, and just know you have a lot of support in this community.
Be a firefighter, should get more rest.
All right. That was it. The groundbreaking of our Fuller, that was previously the Habitat for Humanity on 19th Street yesterday, and then, or on Saturday, and then also on yesterday, Sunday, new barbershop grand opening. They did a great job throwing a kind of a small block party out there about Main and O. So we're starting to see some growth out there as well too, which is exciting to see downtown expand, not just from Main Street, or Main Street out to the west towards R2. So that was pretty cool to see that little center getting going as well too with some other businesses. All right.
Agenda item M, adjournment.
All right. Frank, you had a request. You had a request to, if you want to come up real quick. Nearest microphone, sorry. He made the request.
Thank you, Mayor Serrato. Last week, we learned that our former Public Works Director, John Raggio, passed away. Mr. Raggio was with the city of Merced from 1996 to 2008. So I'm respectfully requesting that we adjourn in his honor and memory, please.
Motion as stated.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Boyle. Mayor and council, please cast your votes. And the motion passes unanimously.
All right. 10:33. Whoever took the over won some money tonight.